is up, everybody? You're good. I could hear you, they couldn't. I tried not to interrupt you so I could still hear what you had to say. I got you, though. What's up, everybody? Good afternoon. I was catching my players right in the middle of the sentence there, my bad. Welcome, everybody, to Rumors of the Dead, our interactive Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle. This is our little home away from home here on Twitch at Tabletop Down. My name is It's So Sublime. We'll get to all the players here in just a second. But first off, I just wanted to say welcome, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us for this little vampire game. If anybody has any questions, concerns, or just want to, throw good going, guys, in the chat, let me know that everything's good, streaming and outputting right. Let me know that you can hear everybody. I've unmuted the players this time, so I'm not going to make them read their intros twice. All right, cool. So let me go ahead and get started. I apologize. I'm running behind tonight. But either way, welcome to Rumors of the Dead. Rumors of the Dead is, as I said, an interactive Vampire the Masquerade stream. The way that you can interact with that stream is by adding your own rumors to this world. The world is flooded with rumors that currently exist. If you guys want to check those out, I'll mention where you can find those here in a minute. But as the chat adds more and more rumors to the world, it gives our kindred a lot of busy work to keep them pulled in all directions and make the world feel vibrant and alive, while giving them a lot of possibilities to interact with and get involved with. And all of that stuff comes from your creativity in the chat. You guys can add these rumors, and the way that you do that is by visiting our Ko-Fi page, which I'll link right now. There you go. So that's our Ko-Fi page. If you go there, you'll not only be able to find a list of all the current rumors that are in the game, you'll see the current goal status for when the next rumor becomes true. Whenever we hit $100 worth of total donations, one of the rumors becomes true, and that's typically how they add into the game. To become a small mini arc in the game, but also you guys can add on top of those rumors, you can add evidence, little tidbits to kind of add more details and help flesh out these rumors as we continue to go along. And of course, you can also add +1 dice to any of these guys' dice pools, and they can pull those up. So that's another great way to support these players individually. But just to go ahead and get ourselves started, I did want to mention a couple bits about the rumors tonight, is that we have some rumors floating around the city that have already been heard. Let's see, I'm trying to remember what they all are right off the top of my head. I know that one of them was that there's a missing child report of a boy dressed as a superhero that has been going around. There was rumor that there's a coterie been formed to reboot ShrekNet. Let's see. There was a Pied Piper situation in which a rumor has been heard of people having missing time after hearing music, melodic music in the middle of the night, following it into an alley, and time goes missing, and they have no memory of what happened. I think the other one was that there is potentially some hunters working with inside the Baron's Circle, things like that. And there was a new one that got added in between games, and that's why I'm taking the time to mention it, that there is a furry convention coming to LA, and there is a rumor that there is a large number of werewolves on that guest list. So I thought that was a pretty good, that might be my favorite so far. That one made me happy. But yeah, we've got a handful of rumors out there already, and like I said, you guys can add evidence to flesh these stories out. You can add your own rumors if you want to. Check out the Ko-Fi page to do that. I want to go ahead and get through it all, but let me go ahead and get it out there for the players so they can say hello and introduce themselves. Let's go ahead and start with you, Clark. And I actually did remember to unmute you, I swear. So if you want to, introduce yourself and who your character is and all that fun stuff, feel free.
All right. Name's Clark, and I will be doing Jamal tonight. La Sombra from Texas, who came to LA with Numer.
Nice. La Sombra from Texas. All my La Sombras live in Texas. All right, let's move over to Jive Man. You're next, man. Who are you? What do you play? And Yeah, feel free to go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Jive. I go by he, him pronouns, and tonight I'll be playing Snowcone, the Salubri Pharmacist.
Salubri Pharmacist. I like it. Cool, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm trying to pull up artwork as I go along. This way the players can see what you guys look like. Let's see. Bart, what about you there, Paul? If you could go ahead and run down your character for us.
Hey there, folks. I'm Paul. I'll be playing Bart this evening. He is a fledgling fixer who is local to the LA area, and looking into getting into some shenanigans tonight, potentially.
Yeah, let's say always getting into trouble with this coterie. I make sure of it.
Young and dumb.
That's it. And last but not least, Numar. What about yourself?
I am Numerousness playing Numar, kind of.
How do you explain that, right?
Quirky kid with a bit of rage from Texas came by. Let's see if I can get the pointing right. By Jamal.
Close enough.
Yeah, brought by Jamal. And here I am.
Gotcha.
Just in LA.
Another
After
La
last
Sombra from Texas.
Oh, I forgot the La Sombra part.
I like it. I have this impression now that that's just all there is in Texas. It's just a giant shadow storm down there, and you guys are all hanging out in the night. Either way, we'll go ahead and get things off to a good start. So you guys actually had completed quite a bit of stuff within the last night. The night previous, you had went to visit with your Baron, Isabella, or locally known as Izzy Noir, at her local nightclub. In the West LA area, it is known as Lunar Eclipse, or just Eclipse, as the locals call it. You make your way to the bar to have a meeting with her after she had requested your presence, and upon arrival, she explained to you that the area that you live in used to be guarded over, or more or less watched over, by a kindred by the name of Robert, a Nosferatu that was in the area. She said, however, Robert went missing within the last several months. I believe it said the last 2 months, and she has not been able to find any information about him as of yet. But in the meantime, she wanted to make sure that that quadrant in her domain was still being taken care of, protected, and if anything were to happen there, she would get news of it. The way that Isabella does that in her domain is by doling out small little plots of land, a couple of blocks here, a small, a park here or there, to different kindred throughout the city, giving them the title of what she calls landlords. Essentially just caretakers of a small section of her domain. By becoming a landlord, you guys were given right to call that domain your own, essentially, still under her barony, of course, but you have the right to make decisions there. You have the right to choose who feeds and who doesn't. You kind of have a little bit of sway, but at the same time, that also puts you at the top of the pyramid in that location, so all the problems come to you. As you know, if anyone else has any conflicts, if there's ever any, issues or troubles, it does come your direction. This is one of those situations where shit does run uphill. In this case. So yeah, you guys were placed at the top of that food chain. So, being listed as landlords of this couple of block area, she would decided that since she is doing you a favor, she asked if you could do her one, and help her out with some protesters that were hanging outside of her club the night that you had arrived. The area being hit with a wave of protests over gentrification in the West LA area. Her club being one of the most or one of the newest to be targeted by this group of protesters. She wanted to simply make sure that it didn't get her put on the radar of any inquisition or any legal issues, anything like that. So she asked you guys to go out, speak with the protesters, and at very least keep them calm and make sure that nothing got drew the attention of, anyone in the, black suit and flashy light bulb trick, men in black guys, you know what I mean, type category. So upon going outside, you guys, I believe, went straight to the head. Jive Man, doing some quick thinking, checked Facebook to see if they had a group organization, and was able to figure out who the moderator was in the group, and found her immediately. A woman by the name of Melanie, who you approached and dealt with. After a little bit of a discussion, you were able to use some persuasive tactics to convince her that maybe this fight wasn't worth having. But before all the protesters could, clear out, a lot of things started to happen. So one, a college kid decided to throw a punch at one of the protesters, causing a small bit of a riot with the remaining protesters that hadn't dispersed when Melanie began leaving. A gang member was seen pulling up at the edge of the parking lot, getting out of his car and pulling a gun at another gang member that was across the street. And you guys had to try and stop that situation before it escalated right in the middle of this crowd of people. And as you were dealing with that, you also heard the screams of several skaters that you had caught spray painting graffiti and skateboarding in an alleyway beside the bar itself. Upon checking on them, you found that one of them was being strangled by a ghost. And you guys were kind of put in a situation where there was a lot of things happening at once. But with the entire party working together, you were able to disperse as many of the protesters as you could, get them to clear off. You were able to prevent the gang shooting and stick that person back in their car and send them along their way, with some clever use of one of the protest signs to the face. And the most of your time was spent dealing with the ghost in the alleyway. After you were able to, I believe it was Bart who was able to rescue the child being strangled from the ghost, you guys then interacted with it, which it materialized, and when it became corporeal, so to speak, you realized it was also able to be damaged, and a fight ensued. So, you guys had a little bit of an altercation with this ghost, but unfortunately, before the cops that were there for the protest were able to disperse, they overheard the sounds of a scuffle going on in the alley and joined in. Both cops were murdered during this combat with the ghost. From the ghost, none of you guys did it, but that led to... Right. It did lead to you with a cop car and 2 dead cops in an alleyway directly next to Izzy's bar. So, damage cleanup crew that you are, decided to solve yet another problem. And after speaking with Izzy, making sure there was nothing else that needed to be done to clean up the situation, you put the cops in a car and drove them off a bridge to burn the vehicle and incinerate any evidence of what had happened. So there was a lot that happened in a very short time. You didn't get the chance to, really investigate any of the reasons why any of these things were taking place, because they just kept backing up on you one after the other. But you did make some arrangements with Izzy as well as some others that you might speak with them again about, looking into the situation further at a later point in time when things weren't so escalated. So after a hard night's work and, a small bit of arson, as you burnt the cop car that you'd thrown off a bridge, you went back to Numar's crypt, and everybody kind of took the night to just breathe and take a moment of relaxation after all the hard work. That is when day sleep began to take everyone, and passed out around in various places in Numar's crypt. You guys got a good day's worth of sleep. And that's where we're going to start off our session tonight, is as the sun sets in the city. So while you guys were sleeping, the world turned. People went to their jobs. Kids went to school. People lived their lives. But you did not. You sat in your coffin-esque crypt, dead to the world. Upon the sun setting, however, over the... trying to think. Yeah, over the seaboard, right? It would set over the ocean, correct? Set over the western horizon. Your bodies began to stir yet again, and the day sleep began to wear off as you guys rouse from your slumber. I like how everybody's already making rouse checks. I love it. That's exactly what I was going to say. Let's go around the board here and see what everybody got. Clark, did you pass or fail? I can't.
Failed.
Failed. So as Clark wakes up, where do we see Clark? Is he passed out on the floor, on a couch, cuddled up with a teddy bear somewhere? Clark took the couch. All right. So we see Clark starting to stir on the couch, and as you kind of set yourself up, you do hear, that small voice in your head telling you, "I'm back," as it starts to remind you that the hunger has set in. Jive Man, what about you? Did you pass or fail? I think I see what do I got here? New hunger. Okay, yeah, so you failed. I was trying to read how they listed it. So as Snowcone wakes up, where does Snowcone wake up here? Did he go back out to his truck to sleep, or did he decide to, crash in the crypt with everybody else?
Not everybody went home.
Did they go home? I might have got this wrong. I may have. I remember that you two at least stayed in the crypt, but I thought everybody else crashed there too. Great question though. What did Snowcone do? Did he go home the night previous, or did he sleep in the crypt with everybody else?
I think Snowcone would have just slept nearby like they always do in their truck. So they're near the crypt, but not in it.
Okay, cool. You would have, went back to your ice cream truck that you've modified to be a drug delivery vehicle, prescription delivery vehicle. I apologize. I don't want to tarnish your good name. So your prescription delivery vehicle, and you found a safe place to park, crawled in the back where you have it secured and blacked out, and let the day sleep take you there. But again, as the sun sets and your eyes flutter awake, you can feel that pang of pain across your stomach, or it's not even in your stomach. It's in the back of your soul that you feel that hunger kind of crawl in and remind you that yet again you will need to feed. Let's see. Paul, what happened to Bart here? Did Bart
failed
pass
too.
Bart? I love
Bart
it.
also went back to his haven. So on the topic of haven, I want to ask Jive, how well secured is your van? Because I imagine securing a drug van for an entire day is a feat. How well do you think it's done right now?
I would say that thing is locked up tight because Snowcone has had a couple of people break in, I would imagine, just because like during the day when they're asleep, it's like, oh well, no one's in this truck or this car's not running, so let's get some free stuff. And the
Drugs.
second they try to break in, the alarm would go off, and then they're like, oh shoot, get out of here. So I wouldn't keep it like I wouldn't make it like ridiculous, like, oh, someone touches the door lock and a gun just pops out of the side of the window and points it at them.
Right.
I would just keep it like, alarm goes off and then people get scared.
Heavy alarm system, serious padlocks, maybe on the rear hatch door, or it's a modified ice cream truck, so I assume it had like the sliding window at one point. So maybe a padlock on there just to keep it good and secure. This way nobody opens a window in the middle of the daylight and burns you to a crisp, right?
Yeah, and I would imagine the windows would have to definitely be tinted.
Oh yeah. In order to pull off like sleeping in a car situation, everything in the back would have to be pretty blacked out. I don't know how the rules work with like UV protectant, but as far as I've always considered is that you pretty much need to spray paint those windows solid or cover them or something. But the back of an ice cream truck, I think they would only have the one window where you have, where you would typically dispense the ice cream. And those usually have like the roll down bread box door that can be latched and locked, to keep anyone from breaking in. So I think you're pretty good as long as you're in the back of the vehicle. I think we could even probably go as far as to say that maybe there's even like a little door, you know, one of those little hatch doors like they have in big rigs. If you guys have ever been to semi, some of the big rigs have like that little hatch door to get into the back. You know what I mean? This way it kind of separates the front and back just to give you that extra layer of protection. So if somebody tried to steal the vehicle, maybe they might even get in the front and, you know, be able to drive, but they're not exposing you to daylight, which I'm sure would be your greatest concern, sleeping in a vehicle, right? But yeah, that's
Right.
cool. And yeah, like I said, alarm system, locks on all the doors. It's a secure thing. I think we put a dot or two into it to consider it as a haven. So it's actually kind of a cool little setup, you know. All right, cool. Just
Back to my haven. It's still. I wake up inside my locker. Do the typical check through tech. And then I'd be going about my first daily task. We'll get to that when we do.
absolutely.
On to Numar.
Yeah, so I like that you actually, you know, like, is it like just like a locker? Like, that's what I'm imagining, like a high school standing locker that you just kind of, yeah, that's what I thought. You just kind of
Bit more
come
secure
out
than a high
of.
school locker, I would say. It's one that, like, it's a modified one built for maintenance, where it's installed into the
Right.
wall mainly and like slightly jutting out.
Yeah,
Basically
yeah.
no air vents in. It's one of those that just it can seal.
That's
Possibly
it.
even like maybe it was used for fire at one point, like fire equipment. So
Nice. Yeah, it's definitely convenient when you don't need to breathe, right? So you can just kind of pad yourself in this you know, more or less like a small like safe almost, but with a, you know, regular door on the front.
if
Yeah,
anything,
that's
I wouldn't mind investing in more locks in the front, but that's still a thing that we can work on in the future.
always more locks. I like it. Cool, but yeah, you check over, you know, your security equipment. Like you said, you do sleep currently below the place where you do a little security work for, or, you know, at very
Or I
least,
guess an additional thing
you
is
keep an eye on.
checking in to see if there's any maintenance requests from the warehouse above.
Gotcha. We will definitely get into that for sure. Let's see, and then just real quick before we get into anyone too
Hey, did
far.
Newmar fail? Like, I'm wondering, are we all at 2 or above?
Actually,
Gonna be one of those
Newmar
nights?
succeeded.
Actually succeeded.
Huzzah!
That cop was holding me off.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you were
you
the
were the one that
last to
got the
eat.
actual feeding, yes. All yesternight.
Yeah, I did throw up a cookie or something.
That too.
Turn you up a little bit there, Bart. I had you way turned down. I was wondering why you sound so quiet to me. For some reason, I had your volume turned down.
Now, would you re-eat a cookie, like, during the following night after tossing up a cookie? Like, I know it's nasty, but, like, still there. Might technically still work for you. I don't know.
How many
What
times can you?
even?
How many times can you eat the same cookie?
Or, like, would
Oh,
another vampire want to eat up rope of, like, the first vampire ever? Like, is that thing? Do they do the dog deal?
I want out of this conversation so bad.
Sorry, I don't know. It's just I thought of the cookie, and then after he threw up the cookie, and that led down a rabbit hole.
I do like it though.
Oh.
That there's the idea that you could just use your body like a storage locker. You just put the cookie in, then you take the cookie out, and then you put the cookie back in. It's a cook. He is a human cookie jar.
I don't think they stay whole, but sure, yeah, cool.
You know what I mean? Well, I didn't say it stayed whole, but I mean, it's the same process, right? But yeah, when let's see, when Newmar wakes up, where does he wake up within the crypt?
I mean, probably just in the living space. Probably.
Does he have a bed? Does he sleep in his work chair at his desk?
I'm thinking just in the corner, really. He does have like a desk, but he'll probably just wake up maybe like 10 feet from his working space where he just has like a bunch of random electronics thrown over there. Would have added his the radios he stole from the cops.
Right, right. We need to at
Oh,
least
you
get
didn't
you
put those back.
a bean bag or
And
something.
yeah, I think we have like a chip bowl where we put all our money. So the money I stole from the cops, I'd just be like sticking it in this big chip bowl that we have like by the couch. It was probably empty before or near empty.
Let's go to your train. I'll let you continue.
Ah, that old train that's right by the graveyard.
Yeah, the old LA train that
Oh
we
yeah,
have
that
been
was
we have been told about the LA train. I don't think it's quite the same though. But yeah,
I
we
had a
get some
thought
train
though.
emotes.
So, as a depressing thing, the graveyard, it's under the highway. The big ass highway that we have like basically in our uh area.
Oh,
Just
really?
that's the vibe. Full big highway over the
Yeah, that's probably a fair point. I could definitely imagine that. I also want to
if you
kind
all
of
are okay with that, mind you.
You
Like
say
if you
the
want to take one
graveyard
of
is
our 3 blocks, that's also welcome, but
you say the graveyard is under an underpass?
yeah.
I kind of expected that it was kind of underpass adjacent, if I'm being honest. That it really was to be because as far as this territory goes, it is right next to the interstate. So you kind of have a major interstate. Like if we actually like zoom over to our map real quick, if you take a look at this circled area here, let me go ahead and switch over to that screen. Right here
Yeah, I'm good.
is their domain. So we have this interstate that kind of runs right through here, and
Uh,
my idea was that there was more or less a nice like overpass set up right where Bart's garage is, and that would wrap and make the L and come right around, framing off the edge of where the cemetery and crematorium are. So yeah, there is definitely an overpass and interstate right nearby. But yeah, you guys begin waking up. Your eyes flutter. You know, your blood doesn't necessarily pump, but you do start to stir it and rouse it a bit. And as you do, most of your hunger increases, all except for Numar, who enjoyed copping a cookie the night before. So that's definitely that's definitely a benefit. Let's see. But yeah, as you guys wake up, did you have any plans of getting together with each other? Do you have individual things? I know a couple of you had some individual things, and I kind of felt like we'd start off there by moving into your individual goals, and then we can discuss whether or not you guys get together and discuss the implications of what happened the night previous as far as that goes. I guess I can just go from one, we can go right back around the same circle if you want and make a decision if anybody has anything to do. Bart, I know you had some things that you specifically had mentioned you would want to do as night fell tonight. Does anybody else have anything that they wanted to do that was like speak to a sire, talk to a contact, reach out to anybody?
I kind of did.
Okay. Is it the person I'm thinking it is?
Uh, it may not be because I was going to look up what had happened the previous night where the idea of the ghost being in that alleyway specifically was a little suspicious. So doing some research, I wanted to look into that by either looking up like any information on blood magic or anything having to do with wraiths, one or the other.
Okay. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, we can absolutely do that. And we'll do a little bit of a research roll here for you, and we'll get into that for you. Anybody else have anything that they wanted to go do, like anyone that they want to talk to, any places that they want to investigate that they feel that they probably would have went private or even together, something like that? Okay, let me go and start with the ones that do have something going on then. We will actually start with you, Bart, because I know you kind of had a couple of things in mind that you wanted to go and attend to. So which one would you do first as you wake up, climb out of your storage locker? As you said, right in front of you, as you come out, you have your maintenance job right there where you live. So taking a look at your kind of taking a look at your camera setup, I assume you got all your cams and everything down here. You can see the workers have, came in. They're switching shifts from day shift to night shift as the second crew is coming in, and you see the people that you've become familiar with as the night shift workers and things to that effect. As far as maintenance requests that are currently in, there's a laundry list of things that should be done but don't need to be done. It's kind of that honeydew list. It's the list that sits on the fridge and never gets any better. Never gets any of the boxes checked, but there is a handful of different things that are just like squeaky door here, reports of a broken lock system over here, things like that. So if there's anything, what am I saying? It's a factory warehouse. So like, what do they produce at this factory? You tell me.
Well, I think it's less producing and it's more of just transferring from like various like producers in the greater California area to LA, and then that stuff is shipped out to wherever it's kind of needed
Okay.
locally.
Shipping and receiving. Gotcha.
Because I think we mentioned it is part of Pentac, or
Yeah, that's correct.
one
We
of those
did.
super big conglomerates that are part of World of Darkness.
Yeah.
Just a
Yeah.
subsidiary through there is what the warehouse is done in my name of.
Cool,
I think
cool.
I'm technically responsible for it, but it's one of those things of a hand down from sire type deal.
Right. That's yeah. We had discussed that. I remember. So yeah, like I said, there's a couple of things. You know what I mean? Leaky boiler over here. One of the bay doors gets stuck constantly. They can get it open. You know what I mean? But it gets stuck, and the lock kind of gets stuck every once in a while. And they gotta bang on it or kick it. And
I would
it
basically
works.
just put in the minimum amount of time that I need to get to where it's just by meeting time with my debtor. He's the priority of the night. Past then, we kind of free flow it. So
Absolutely, man. Gotcha. Well, let's take a look at it here real quick while we're thinking
so,
about it.
ching.
If you want to go ahead and get a couple of items knocked off your list, you have a little bit of time. You actually, you're getting up at a reasonable time this evening. So you have time before you have to meet with that individual. But let's go ahead and try and think. I'm trying to think of what role I would have you make for general maintenance. I think you could probably just accomplish this, but I'm curious to see how much you
Witchcraft?
accomplish. Yeah, let's go with that. That works for me. Wits and craft. Let's just see how much you can get accomplished in the course of the evening. You know what I mean? Excuse me.
One of my biggest pools. Let's go.
Nice, 5 successes. Yeah, you're productive, man.
Ooh.
You've sat there and stared at the list too long. You know what I mean? When you wake up tonight, there's a little motivation. Things go well. It seems like you have all the tools are in the right place for a change. All the people are in the right areas, and you don't have too much interference or interaction. You can blast right through and get a lot of work done. So you fix that squeaky door. You patch the leaky pipe on the boiler. Maybe not replace it, but you patch it. It's not leaking anymore. Problem solved. And you make it through a handful of other menial tasks before you're required to do anything else. Do you
So
make
I'm going to be
yourself...
coming in straight hot to this guy who doesn't like me that much, and I owe a debt to.
Gotcha. I was going to ask, do you make yourself known to the maintenance, or like that you're the main?
Yeah.
Or
I
do
think I'm
they
a known
see
person.
you?
Because it's walking about as a dude who wears still motorcycle helmet, full leathers, and just doesn't talk to them much. Mostly does things grunts and like shakes of heads, yes or no is the common ones.
Like
Maybe a
this.
slight head tilt if it's like to the one of the ones that he respects the most out of the guards.
If it wasn't for the fact that you own the place, I would just love to know what the job application process looked like when you
They
show
don't
up
know
with a
that I own the
helmet.
place. I think that's one of those. It's kept just shadowy and stuff.
Right, but I could just imagine the job interview when you show up with the helmet on. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I can think of. You're like,
He wears a tie if it's for the interview process.
yeah,
Then
tie
you know it's
underneath the
official.
helmet.
But we haven't gotten to that point yet. Again, my dude is 2 months into Kindred life, got off on a semi-decent start, and it's been a slight downhill from there. Slight uphill with the Scotery, but
Gotcha.
we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, well,
These folks are all right.
You can set up in a meeting, of course, and you had made a message or left a message at a particular Dropbox to meet up with this individual.
Yeah.
And as you check on that this evening, there is a reply that says, "Yo, good to meet you. Down at the spot. You know where it's at." And you would be aware that he is referring to a small little... It is a bar, to say the best, but it is also kind of like a small restaurant as well that sells seafood and other Hawaiian traditional kind of dishes. The idea is that it is set up like a tiki bar, more or less, and this is a place where he has been known to frequent, and it is right on the border between West LA and Santa Monica, where
Okay.
you can find this location. It's kind of tucked in along the edge there, and it literally has like fake thatch on the roof to look like a tiki bar. When you approach, you see that they have tiki torches that burn outside at night. There's a bunch of outdoor seating, and there's a crowd. I mean, this is the type of place that draws a fair amount of a crowd and attention because of the cheap drinks, decent food, and of course, you know, the weekly karaoke nights help quite a bit. They've picked up sales. But yeah, as you go to head to the area, you know to go to the back door, not to the front. And as you walk up to the back door, it is open for you as it always is. You open the door, and instead of heading into the kitchen, you immediately step down, and there's a set of stairs that lead to a lower area, and you take one flight of stairs down into a basement where you open a second door, and as you open that, you find yet another small crowd. There's probably about 20 to 25 people down here, and out of those people, you see a variety of those that are of human appearance, but you also definitely would see at least one or two other Nosferatus down here, fully unsheathed, you know what I mean? And there is several card tables set up around here. There's a small bar that's set up down in the basement as well, with several bottles of red thick liquid hung on the wall behind. Essentially, they have a tiki bar upstairs, and they've made a speakeasy downstairs for kindred that wish to come and check things out. You know that people play cards here. They come here to make back alley deals, whatever's needed as far as that goes. But you would know that your man, whose name I should have in front of me, and I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it within my sheets too, and I'm kind of missing it. I may
no.
need to go grab from my name list again and we rename them, but...
I definitely have it right here.
oh, cool.
I just didn't have it in front of me like an idiot. People of interest. His name was Ruku. Ruku is a very big man that's currently posted up at a seat kind of at the very back. So where you walk in, there's tables to the left and right, people playing cards. It looks like a very 1950s, 1920s, like those speakeasy type locations, but with a little bit of the tiki theme that's been brought downstairs, as it's just what they had on hand. So there is currently a Nosferatu sitting at a bar or at a table. As you walk in, he's definitely has a bit of a sweaty look at all times. His skin seems to sag just a little bit, almost like a Shar-Pei, and he is sitting there leaned over the table, kind of looking frustrated with one hand on his chin as he's watching another man pull out, slowly playing a hand of cards, sitting across the table from him. There's several other people drinking. You can definitely smell Vitae in the air as soon as you get down here. There are bottles of blood on the wall, essentially. And in the corner, you would actually see somebody openly feeding down here. And as you make your way through the small room, it's not huge, you would see that Ruku, a very large, what was the ethnicity? I can't remember what'd you say?
Like Pacific Islander.
Yeah, I wanted to say like that was kind of the vibe, right? I was trying to remember if it was like Samoan or I couldn't remember.
Someone who's like a little bit older than me and just deeply charismatic.
Damn, I really thought I had uploaded his token, but I guess I haven't already. But you would see that he is set up in kind of a throne-esque chair. It's just a big wicker chair that's set up kind of at the top, and he is surveying his crowd. You can tell that everyone is here to kind of kiss the ring a little bit, but at the same time just enjoy themselves. He's got clout here. And as soon as you walk in, you immediately have access to walk right to him.
Yeah, I walk in at first kind of high and mighty based on like yesterday's escapades, as well as then kind of this pretty good morning despite still bad rouse check, but going in kind of high, and then like just as soon as the crowd hits, kind of goes to meek. It's one of those things of just instant suppression through the power of social awkwardness and anxiety. And so he approaches though kind of slowly, doesn't go and approach any other groups, but then slowly makes his way to Ruku and hey there, dude.
Yeah, my boy.
How's
Come
your night going?
on.
Uh,
How you been?
I'm good.
Talk to me.
Like I just met Izzy. She's nice.
Ah, Izzy. Good lady. I've dealt with her a few times. She's all right. We ain't never had no problems. So, I'm assuming you come to bring me that garage of yours, right? You bring the deed with you this time?
Ah, fuck you, man. I'm keeping that thing.
Ah, come on. You how long you gonna owe a guy? You know?
I'll pay you back in other ways. You know that I can get stuff done.
I
Heck,
got.
now ask Izzy. I did something for her. She owes me. Hey, can we trade in the favors? Like, is that? I'd have to talk with. No, can't do that one either. Still, do you have anything that needs done?
You kind of you would take a smile and look. So you owe me already, and you come here asking if you can owe me more. I like this.
No.
I like it. You know.
I want to get stuff cleared off my plate. Off your plate. Get the debt off my plate.
A fair trade, something that we can handle immediately. I see what you're after. Yeah, I don't want to accrue any more debt while we're at it anyway. Yeah. All right. So, what is it that you're looking to get? And I will let you know what I'm willing to trade for it. How's that sound?
Well, no, you need stuff gotten, and I'm willing to get it for you.
You're trying to pay off the debt. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were actually specifically asking him for something else. I thought you were looking for further
Is this something that he does
information.
commonly? Like, tries to make it so that people that want to pay off their debts are going to take on more debts from him for various bullshit?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah,
But,
he's definitely the type of guy that if he can get away with it, he'll continue to do it as long as he can. He knows that you owe him, and he's probably okay with it. You know, if we're being 100% honest, just because, like, hey, as long as you owe him something, he's not broke, right? That's kind of the way these things work. But yeah, he's smile. All right. We can get you taken care of. Look, I do have a few favors. We can get you to start working off things. What have you been in for lately? You got the shop. You wanna make some cars disappear? You wanna make some people disappear? I got a people you can make disappear. He says
I may be able to do that second part too. Like, Bart tries to be subtle about it, but is kind of awkward because he's only still getting into this life. It's a rough one.
Gotcha. Yeah, no problems there, man. Yeah, he kind of smiles at that a little bit. A little bit of a playful smile. And kind of takes on the approach of like, all right. Playing Mr. Tough Guy now. I love this, man. First you get my way, and now all
he
of
maybe
a sudden
tries to perk up and do the.
Right. You get in my way, and now you try to clear up my problems. I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative, right? So look, man, I got some debts that need collected. You're not the only person who knows me. Look, half these people here owe me. That's why they're here. He says, let's be honest, but either working off a debt or trying to kiss my ass so that I don't beat it out of them. I have a few people that need to pay me some money. You could make a couple of trips for me, collect some simple, payments. And that seems like some simple work for you. I just, a dry cleaner uptown. I got a couple of small chop shops that, they can pay me in parts, whatever they got. And go take what they have, take what they give you, or take them.
Yeah, I
I
think I
don't
can
care.
get that done. I just need a
Oh.
small list.
I can do that. He starts looking around. And he just kind of snaps his fingers.
Or
Liz, get paper. And you see the
big list if
bartender.
you're going to get it all off my plate. Eh?
Well, yeah, I've only got so much I can do at a time, you know. But I'll see what I can do for you. And he kind of gives a little smile again. Yeah, like
Uh-huh.
no, I can't do that.
Paul gets what he's doing, but and Bart
Yeah.
then kind of starts playing along because easily manipulated.
Yeah, exactly. So he does kind of smile and chuckle it off, and you see Liz, dark-haired girl, probably actually of Hawaiian descent, that's currently working behind the bar. Very short, but pretty. She makes her way out from behind the bar and immediately comes over with a pad and a pen for him to quickly scrawl down a couple of names and addresses for you. It does look like there is a chop shop that's on the list. It's more of a junkyard than by name, but it is a junkyard by name, but you know that they've also dealt with some making cars disappear and things like that at some points in time. There is a dry cleaner and a let's see, there would probably also be a hotel, like a small no-tell motel, and it gives you the list of all three, essentially people that either work there or the owner and operator of the hotel, and just says, collect whatever they'll give you, and if they don't offer anything, take something. He would. I don't want you killing anybody, right? Look, as long as they owe me money, I keep getting something out of it. I at least get something. If I kill them, what do I get out of it, right? He says, if they don't want to pay, smack them up a bit. Take a kneecap. I don't care. Feel like a badass. Do your tough guy thing with your helmet. And then come back and we'll see what we can do about working off the rest of the debt. This is just a good start.
That's long. Okay,
Take
I
it as
think
a
I can get
sign
that
of
done.
good faith. First you get in my way, now you clean things out of my way. I think this is a great place for us to begin.
Yeah. And, Bart gets out of there with a pep in his step while still avoiding all social interaction with the various
Trying to
folks
leave
around here.
already? Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
busy
At
night.
least have a drink with a guy.
I guess. Yeah, sure.
You do stop?
Yeah, I guess I'm thirsty enough for a drink. Wait, no. Paul just realized. Oh yeah, another debt. But fuck it. Sure, yes. Bart will go in, have a drink with the guy.
Nice. Yeah. As you make your way back, he smiles, even a little bit more warmly. Yeah, like sweet. You keep owing me things. I love this. But he does actually reach down and pulls a bottle. It looks like it would be some sort of an aged wine bottle to that effect. Almost could think like pirate rum bottle. You know what I mean? That has been filled, cleaned, and probably refilled a bunch of times. It's got a dark green glass on it. You can tell that he only drinks out of it because it makes him look cool. It's even got, that grass wrapping around it with the band. And he does pour several drinks out of it. He says, that's good enough for you? You need something fresh? Anything like that?
Good enough for me. I'll take what I can get.
All right. He says, look, man, I appreciate what you're doing coming here to pay these debts. I really do. Look around. It's a business. You know what I mean? I take care of these people. We take care of each other. It's a group effort. You're part of the group now. I don't want you looking so grim all the time when you come in here. You don't have to wear that thing, right? And he knocks on the helmet.
Like, Bart will take it off, revealing his scarred visage. Because, still seeing the couple of other Nosses out in the open, at least emboldens him enough. But, he still kind of shrinks down with that.
Yeah.
Trying not...
it.
are there other people staring at us and shit, though, right? Because it's still just staring at him?
So what you would notice is that people do occasionally take a glance over in your direction just to see what's going on. And
Uh-huh.
you do get a vibe that he has some sway around here, you know what I mean? He's, the owner of this place, and people are happy to be around because he lets them, do essentially what they want to do down here, and, like I said, you definitely saw one or two people feeding. You can get blood easy enough here, etc. So yeah, people are acknowledging you, but nobody wants to stare either and upset the man in charge, right?
Okay, cool.
So as people come by, they nod politely, they tip their head. Somebody smiles at you, and it's funny because as they come through, you kind of have the helmet off. You're not expecting people to be so casually okay with your appearance, but as they do, you realize that they smile at you, and you see a sharp fang kind of poke
Okay.
through from the individual that does smile at you.
But still, the people smiling at me is something that like just hasn't been experienced much in life. So hey, that's
Right. And it's a pretty jovial atmosphere. Like I said, there's music playing. They kind of have a whole tiki party down here. You know what I
yeah.
mean? And he lives like a man that likes to enjoy himself. You know what I mean? You can tell by looking at him that in life, he was a man who enjoyed himself. And even in death, he has found a way to continue to do so, and his charismatic attitude has carried him quite a long way.
Heck yeah.
But
Well-
yeah, he'll sit there, he'll share a drink with you. He does just actually open up to some casual conversation and try to make you feel like we're friends. You owe me, but we're buddies, right? And after a couple of drinks, he'll say, I understand you got to go. I'm not gonna keep you all night. Go do your thing, right? Hey, you ever get one of them bikes? I want one of those things, man. That thing is pretty. And kind of talks about the bike a little bit.
Or-
He says,
Yeah, I guess I would get details on a bike that he would want. Maybe heck, that's one way to pay off a boon.
He says, anything to carry around this guy, you know what I mean? He kind of shakes a little bit, He says, something
Big
big, something that says I fuck. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, his descriptions are pretty laxed. But yeah, he just kind of throws a little bit of swagger and an attitude around for a little bit, and gives you a loose description of a bike that would be interesting to him. But yeah, that's after a while he does eventually let you go to yourself. But yeah, you do kind of get this feeling like maybe not that you owe another debt, but that he's found some further way to make you feel as if there's still more to go. You know what I mean? Like
Another hook in me.
He tried to make you feel better about the fact that he's keeping you on the hook, right? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, is there anywhere else that Bart goes to before?
Well, first, I'll toss the ball back to the group. It's where I don't want to hog the spotlight.
Right. That's I was just asking if you had anywhere else that you planned on going. When then I was going to say the same thing. I'll throw over to somebody else, and
I think my next one would be more of a group activity, beyond also introducing the prospect of helping me in this enforcer deal.
Gotcha.
Which would be appreciated. I don't think I can do this solo.
Cool.
That would be quite the tough one.
All right. Let's see. So next up, I guess, would be Snowcone. You said you wanted to do something similar and kind of meet with a person or two as well, right?
That is right.
Where is Snowcone heading to find this research? So you said you wanted to do a little bit of investigation about some ghosts, or possible, spiritual elements like ghosts and specters and spirits. Where would you go to find that information? Public library? Google search? Does Snowcone know how to use Google?
I mean, I would imagine they would. Like they know how to work a computer, so like that would be easy enough to do. But looking for this particular research, I don't think they know anybody with this type of knowledge, because the only people that could have this type of knowledge are people of certain clans, and the only ones he knows so far are like the ones in his group. So
We do have
from
one
there-
local. It's a pawn shop owner of our within our domain. He is one of us and also has some knowledge there.
This is true.
Maybe you know of
You've
him
never,
actually more personally than even I do.
you
'Cause
may
you're
not
like
have
out on the
met.
streets and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say you may not have met him personally, but there is actually a pawn shop, as the place that he's referring to. The name of it is Hemlock's Pawn Shop. And you know that it's known for kind of being the place that buys weird shit. So not only does he take, the jewelry, the guns, whatever other things that are typically guitars, they're typically at a pawn shop, he also deals with antiques as well. And by antiques, he does have a bunch of strange or kind of unusual oddities that are mixed in amongst them, and rumor has it that he does kind of dabble into some even like supernatural elements. But this is for the most part, it's a business that's open to human or mortals as much as anything. But he has been known to have some stuff for a more select clientele. I don't think you've ever met with the individual directly yourself, but you've heard of him at very least, just being in the area. So that is a possibility. Or you have met influential people. You probably know a couple of kindred within the city that you could ask a friend of a friend that might, can you put me in? Izzy would definitely be someone that could probably put you in contact with someone that would know that stuff. If you wanted to risk it, you have your Terra situation, if you wanted to go that route. So there's people you could talk to. It's just a matter, that's why I was kind of curious which route you went, whether you went very mundane or if you actually went to try and talk to somebody directly.
I feel like direct knowledge would be the best because I'm not sure. Well, yeah, let's go to the pawn shop first because if they got oddities and stuff, I want to see if they have any kind of books on like their shelves for like ghosts or blood magic, because that would be an oddity to have in a shop.
Yeah.
Blood magic one especially.
Right. So yeah, the situation is, you're aware that on Nocturne Alley, or actually just on the edge of Nocturne Alley, as it's referred to,
Nocturne Corner.
Yeah, Nocturne Corners, exactly. There is a place called Hemlock's Pawn Shop. It's a small little shop where, like I said, pawnable goods. It's got a public display sign. You always see like a weed eater, a chainsaw, and a couple of shotguns sitting in the display window. Where he takes in your general goods, but mixed in amongst them, you would also see like a tribal mask that's been acquired from somewhere, a giant hand chair, like the 70s chairs that just look like a hand, so he's taken in some oddities and collectibles and things like that as well over the years. But as you make your way to it, you do realize it is open late, which is kind of unusual. And as you make your way in through the front door, you step into a small open space that's, only, we'll say 20 by 20. It's not a giant building, but there are shelves and display racks that have things stacked all around. But at the very front, you would come to a counter that actually has one of those like bars on the other side of it, and a small little window that there is a gentleman sitting behind. Taking a look at him, he would look like he is 110. Again, just a very old, wrinkled, or aged person as far as that goes. He has a hat on that's kind of like fedora gangster, era, but well rugged. This thing is twisted, slightly bent out of shape, things like that, and looks like it may be authentic from, that time period, and has not been well taken care of since. But that would be the man that you would see sitting behind that counter, behind the barred off area. You just approach
I'll-
directly?
Yeah, I'll just walk in, keep my eyes wandering around the scene, and then notice them and go, "Hi, hey, hello."
Cool, cool. Oh. What can I do you for? As
Hey
you
there.
get
I was wondering if you had any oddities for sale. I'm looking for a couple of peculiar books.
look around, you got all kinds of oddities. You want a nice hand chair? I just picked that up this week.
As tempting as that is, I'm trying to save on space in my place, so I'll just stick with the books for now.
Books, huh? Well, I think I got some stuff. Give me a second here. And you see him crawl up out of the chair, and as he pulls himself up, this is where it begins to become a little bit more apparent that he's not just an old man, but the wrinkles that you're seeing are heavily deep sunken in, almost like someone who has stayed, like when you get your hands wet too long and they begin to prune. His face has taken that same texture and pruned in. Though he looks just like an aged man, as you're getting a closer look, you've met Nosferatu in your life, you start to see little cracks that are almost peeking through within those wrinkles. And as he stands up and makes his way to a side door that allows him out from behind this counter, you see that he's kind of distorted in a way. His arms are a little longer than they should be. His legs are a little shorter. He does, to the average person, probably just present as a really, really ugly old guy. You know what I mean? But as you can see him, he moves with a more agile behavior. You know what I mean? You can see some imperfections in his story, so to speak. But yeah, he makes his way out. He makes his way onto the floor. And as he passes by you, he takes a step to a counter where there are a number of books. And he says, what do you got in mind? Hey, we got, histories of the great wars, and we got some the more satanic stuff here. He kind of starts pointing through a collection of books. You do see that there's some ritualistic looking stuff, but there's a mix of like satanic Bible that he's picked up somewhere that's bound in something that looks like probably unnatural. Like what's the Necronomicon bound in flesh, right? It looks like the cheapest replica of that you could imagine. You know what I mean? Taking a look at it, it is brutally obvious that is just like a stretched leather. You know what I mean? But it's been made to look differently. This stuff seems to be it's in the idea of what you're looking for, but these are definitely knockoffs. It's more or less like Wiccan spell books type thing mixed in there, but nothing really authentic looking. You know what I mean? Is the initial kind of vibe that you get. But he starts pouring through me. He says, we got histories, we got different cultures. This one's on tribes from South America. They found a chupacabra. You know what I mean? He kind of points. He's like, look, there's a picture they drew in here. And he shows, a picture of a cheaply drawn, like, dog with big teeth, as far as that goes.
Oh, well, this is all great. Thank you for showing me this. I'm looking more on the subject matter of ghosts, or blood magic, if you have it.
Jesus. He stops for a second. You see him actually like cough and gag a little bit. And he takes a look at you and he looks you up and down. And then he actually comes awkwardly close and kind of pulls right into your face. Fuck me, man. You should have said something. Come on. and he starts just walking back through that door. But as this time he walks through, he leaves it open so that you can follow him. He continues.
As a note, just I don't expect Snowcone to have used Blush of Life, has he?
Probably not, right?
Oh no.
Ah. Though
Yeah.
maybe this guy is just that blind.
Well, it darkened little thrift shop. It's not really well lit here either.
Oh, fair enough.
And he didn't take a direct look. I mean, I think in most general cases, like I've worked retail, I don't even care what the hell the person looks like. Buy your shit and get out. You know what I mean? Like he's kind of got that mentality to him. But as he does take a closer look, he begins to notice those telltale signs that maybe you are one of his kind. It was a key word that you had used there that caught his attention, but he seemed to be a little distracted by it when you used it. And as he makes his way back through and notices that you are following him, he takes a step into a back room where there's some shelves and different racks, just tons of junk back here. It looks like a hoarder's paradise, filled with boxes and crates. And he says, just for the records, if you could keep the, blood magic to a minimum back here. Not everybody knows, I occasionally get a customer, damn. Either way, come on. Back here I got some stuff. He says, I got this from a Tremere that owed me some stuff. He says, it's just kind of a personal biography that personal journal that he had taken on the art of hemocraft. But it's got some good stuff in there. Some of this is authentic. He says, I thought you was immortal. I just giving you the usual bullshit in the alley. He says, but
what can I say? I can't play my hand for everybody.
He says, honestly, most of the stuff doesn't come written down, He says, you gotta know somebody that knows somebody. Now, I can help you there too. I know some people. And for a fee, I can put you in contact with someone that maybe owes me, or that has done some other bargaining. He says, but that's there's fees and interests and he just kind of just keeps rattling on at this point. But he does show you an area where there's a handful of books. You see 2 or 3 books. They seem to be a collection by the same person. There's just a name, J.R., that has been written on them as far as the autograph that's written on it. But it does kind of, as you open up, there is theories and formula, not really formula, but like sigils and things that describe in pretty basic terms blood magic and supernatural elements that this one individual had dealt with. There may be something within those books, but of course, without sitting here pouring through them, it would be hard to be 100% sure, but you definitely see at least reference at one point to spiritual entities that he had worked with at one point. He had went to a house, and like just within the front couple of pages, you do see that there's mention he had went to a house that was reported haunted and had performed several rituals there to try and draw out or entertain the idea of this ghost to see if there's any truth to the statement. He says he did have some casual interactions with said ghost, but it just continues on. Like, I mean, you'd have to read the full book, but you do see that there's at least something in there pertaining to the area that you're looking for.
I want to check something in the inside of the book. So I know in certain libraries or even in some places where books get checked out, they always have like a card or something of like who checks out the book. So I want to see if there's anything like that in one of these books, like a name or something.
Yeah,
a list of names of like people who have checked out this book from somewhere.
Definitely not the type of book that would have a like library card in it. This is a handwritten journal from somebody. There's 3 of them there. They seem to be the same, journal style, and literally like it's like almost like a soft cover that the guy is just taking personal notes over a period of time in. There is the autograph of JR as the author, as far as that goes, but it just says J.R. and it's kind of written in a semi fancy script as far as that goes. But yeah, definitely no sort of like library card. It's not something. This was something that was bought into the store or purchased at some point, but not something that's been passed around.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. So I'll look at them and go, so do these come as a set, or can I just get one and that's it? What do you recommend, sir?
That's up to you. I'd prefer to sell the set, as it kind of comes as a collection, right? Like for a collector like myself, I take these things, you take one out of the bunch, it devalues the rest. But look, what's your name, kid? I don't think I've ever met you. First off, how'd you even know about me?
I got a friend that works around here, knows a lot of people, and they recommended me to you. And by the way, my name's well, you can just call me Snowcone.
Snowcone. Fair enough. Whatever you want to be called, my man. I don't worry too much about that. Either way, the name is Fred, by the way. Good to meet you. Yeah. So the whole set, I can part with it, and I can give you a bit of a newcomer's discount since I like you. I would say somewhere in the area of 4 bags.
4 bags of
half for
blood.
you.
What do you think? Yeah, you said your friend told you about me. Did he not tell you how this process works?
And they just said they recommended me to you. They didn't say how it's a paying. I just thought this would be like cash or something. But if we're talking about bags of blood, then I can work that out.
4 bags. That's what I said. Four bags, or if you want, we. I am not opposed to trading in other means as far as that goes. What do you got to work with? You got any good information? Do you have any other strange artifacts that I could possess?
Well, I am a pharmacist, so I'm not sure. And then waits a moment, and it's like, wait a second, and then reaches into their bag and like pulls out the shattered crystal they were like inspecting last night. Do you know anything about crystals, sir? I've actually been trying to research this one for a little bit.
Well, I got a bunch of big ones out front. He says mostly it's just for the hipster kids, but I mean, there's some rumors that, some of these spiritual healing things and, the wards and whatever, that there's some truth to that. He says, let me take a look at what you got here, kid. And if you
I'll
good.
hand it off to them.
Okay, yeah, he takes a look at it. He says, it appears to just be, I think we said it was like rose quartz or something like that.
I thought it was jade or something.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I don't have it right in front of me. I'd have to pull it up. But yeah, he said, yeah, it just appears to be a standard crystal. I mean, these are pretty common gemstones. He says, but I see here that it's been broken. Did you break it?
So that's where the story with this item comes in. Last night we got in, I should say, my associates were hired for a job, and that job involved a spirit of sorts. And from there, we were trying to figure out how to best deal with them. And surprisingly, someone came along and had one of these crystals. So they recommended we throw it at the spirit to exorcise it. As a man of science, I had no idea if that would even work. And thought it would be even funny to try exercising a ghost with a rock. So
Me.
I hucked it at the ghost, and it actually expelled it. So this has me very intrigued, and I would very much love to know more.
Well, I mean, see, that's what I was kind of getting at. It's not about the rock always. It's a if it's had a ritual done on it, if it's got any sort of magic put into it, that's what makes it powerful. He said, you know, there's even reports that some people can just believe so much that it makes it work. I tell you what, he says, that's interesting. So you actually fought a ghost with this rock, huh?
Yeah.
I tell you what, I'd be interested to take a look at this a little further. I tell you what if I said I could take this rock and 3 bags?
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I like doing business. I like things. He said, you know, hey, if you know, we can always trade in favors and things. Anything you need, I probably got something around here like it. He says, tell you what, I don't really know what I have on hand at the moment, but if you want to do this trade for the books, maybe there's something in there useful, and I can look around through what I got. You come back in a week, and we'll see if we got any more for you.
Sounds fair. Sounds good.
This is good stuff, my man. I prefer to work in the simpler things, you know. When you live as long as I have, you know, it's the oddities that seem to stand out, you know. But
Well,
yeah,
I can understand that.
he says, all right, so you want this gift wrapped, or you know, I don't. Wait, how you plan on paying me?
Well, I am a local pharmacist, so I do take blood donations from a couple of my clients if they can offer it. As you said yourself, any good resource is worth it. So I take payments from whoever I can, whether it be through cash, whether it be through favors, or whether by blood itself. So if you allow me, I should go to my truck. I should see how many I should have left because how long is it? I'm
That's going
sure
to be
it's
the
fine.
question: is how much do you think Snowcone would currently possess? Do you think he would just have 3 full bags laying around on hand?
Hmm.
Because
I
this
would
is
say
kind of your version of resources, is what I was gonna say. This
yeah.
is your currency right here, because that was the way you described your character. Is that they don't really worry as much about buying and selling, but as much as, you know, consensual trading. So this kind of works out for you with this guy being, you know, of similar, of similar mind. Let's see. What do you have as far as your resources skill? Do you have anything in resources?
Uh,
That's
see.
that's an advantage now, right? It's not just a skill.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't
Though
see anything.
alternatively, he could have dots herd that provide blood bags or
That's what I was looking to see if you had
similar
anything that would
natured
kind
thing.
of show that. You do have laboratory, which was a part of your haven, correct? Food, middle class, dark secret, short bracelet. I tell you what, I will go ahead and say that you have. I'll give you the bargain of saying that you probably have 2 or 3 bags that are available, but this will probably be like something that you had just acquired this week and would prevent you from being able to hit the same players this week. You know what I mean? So like if you're going to get more blood for yourself, you might actually have to go out of your usual means to, you know, you're not going to have any laying around on hand. That seems like a fair way of doing it. That I know we talked about you saying that you kind of took these donations, you know, as a way of handling your drug trade and things like that. So I'm okay with you having them. I just want to, you know, try to figure out a way to explain the currency portion of it. So yeah, if you want to say that you got 3 bags, I'm all right with that. But those were your 3 bags for the week. So if you want to find more blood, you have to go somewhere else to do so.
Yeah, I could probably stroll by the nursing home. They would probably just be like, "Hey, it's the guy with the drug, and like the guy with the old people's medicine." And it's like, okay, sure. And then I would say like, I would need to do some bloodletting just to make sure that everything's going well, and then that's how I take the blood from them.
Right. I'm just, yeah, and that works. I just mean you've hit your regulars for the week, so you'd have to maybe, like you said, find somebody new that's willing to do a little trading. You know what I mean? Your regulars are already tapped. You're supposed to wait, what is it, 3 days between, blood donations, right? So like they're
At
still
least.
on their 3 day waiting period, right? That's all I was getting at. But yeah, you got 3 bags. And again, with the chunk of rock that he was interested in, and 3 bags. When by the time you come back in, he has actually put these books into a bit of a like brown wrapping paper, and tied a little string around it. He's gift wrapped it in his own way for you. He says, "Yeah, this way, I don't mind people knowing that I sell oddities. I don't want them to know exactly what I got behind the shelf, you know." But I think I might be able to track some other stuff down if you give me some time. But I'm kind of curious about your little rock here. He's looking at it. And he actually puts it in his shirt pocket. He says, "I kind of want to do some investigating myself. I'm a bit of a sleuth, you know." He says, "But yeah, is there anything else I could do for you? Anything else you need while you're on hand?" He says, I got some herbs and things that have been reported to be able to help the kindred male, if you know what I mean." He said, "Hey, I still have to fake it. I don't know about you, but the guy said if you put it in the person and then you eat the person, then maybe you can fake it better. But I haven't tried it yet. I'm afraid."
I'm actually doing a little bit of experimenting of that myself, so I could let you know some of the positive results, not even just from that herb per se, but perhaps from other materials as well.
"I like you, kid. You're all right. I think we're gonna be a weird couple here. I like this." He says, "Yeah, well, if you decide that you're interested, I got that back there. I got some some trinkets and statues. I got stuff from all over the world. When you deal with people that are 100, 200 years old, you'd be amazed the shit they'll trade you."
I can only imagine.
Either way, if you need anything else, you know where to come. The place is open late. He says, "Even if the sign's off, I'm usually here. But just come to the back door and tap there." He says, "I'm up all night. What am I going to do?"
All right, take care of yourself. And then they're
You
gonna head out.
you do, my guy. Yeah, and he just kind of tips the old rugged hat and goes back to sitting in his chair where he's sat in front of a TV with a magazine, things like that.
And his name was Jeff.
His name was, what did I say it was? I do believe I said something along that lines. I had Frederick.
Frederick. Okay.
Yeah, Frederick or Fred. You might guess by the Hemlock's pawn shop, that his last name is his last name or something, maybe Hemlock. But yeah, that's the name that he gave you, Fred Hemlock. But yeah, you make way with your book, and you might have some information there as far as that goes. You're not 100% sure, but at least you were able to find some sort of information. The other two of you that remained back, sorry, I'm trying to speed through all these, but still give everybody the full run through. What did you guys get into while everyone else was gone? Because you guys were both at the crypt together. Did you guys get into anything, or have any plans?
We woke up.
Yeah, we woke up. I think we discussed what we'd want to do that morning.
Yeah. So what's going on?
I don't know. Do you think Izzy was okay with what we did?
She seemed more confused than anything. So, yeah, I'm not sure how long she's been around this town or how great she's doing. I'm concerned with the status of everything around here at this point.
Yeah, that was pretty weird.
Strange that she allowed those things to happen and then let 4 newcomers take care of it.
Yeah, that's probably because of Robert, right? Like he's dropping the ball now wherever he is.
Yeah, but that wasn't his territory. That was hers. That's not the kind of
Oh,
thing you run a test on. This is our territory. Nothing happened here last night. Well, that I know of.
well, shit. You think someone's messing with her, or is she just bad at what she's supposed to be doing?
One of the two. It's definitely one of the two. We got to check out that Steel guy later too. You still got that card?
Steel guy. I might have
Eric,
put it in the bowl.
Eric B. Steel.
Yeah, yeah. Weird guy. What'd you think of him?
He's up to something. We gotta look into him because he's clearly already looking into us.
Yeah, I don't know why he cares about us. He
It's
he
a
just
power
somehow
grab.
knows we're working for Izzy.
He's working for Izzy, but it's a power grab. It's either her or us. We gotta figure out what he's looking for so we can fix it before it's a problem.
Uh, yeah. Should we reach out to him?
Uh, Not sure yet. We might want to check in with the other guys and see what's going on with them. Plus, I'm curious about that Tara chick. Snowcone said that she knows mages or she is a mage or something, so she might be able to come in handy.
I mean, it's weird, but she's also kind of the loose end. But she's Snowcone's loose end.
There you go. Let's not put anything on our plate that we don't need to. That's his loose end. Makes him feel pretty. Go for it.
I'm honestly kind of concerned if those skater kids come back. They're the other loose end.
What are you thinking?
Uh, I'm just curious if they're gonna go back to that alley.
I'm pretty sure they peed themselves. We're not going back to that alley.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I'm not worried too stressed about some pissy teens. Yeah, they're not a big deal.
All right.
So if you want to reach out to your friends there, we'll figure out what's going on next.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Fair guess. Speaking of which, your friends, do they come back to the crypt at any point or make any sort of means to contact these two? Or, I guess we haven't really
Without a phone.
established how often you guys hang out together. Do you, now that you've kind of been given territory to manage together, I assume that you'll probably be spending more time than maybe you had previously. But yeah, how do you guys want to handle that situation?
Zoom
What
meeting.
situation? Excuse me? What situation?
I meant just like, getting together. Like, do you guys stop and, do you have shared phone numbers? Do you guys, have a agreed upon concept to work together or meet up more often now that you guys have been given some property?
No, I don't think that happened, but we
Not
just
quite yet,
talked
but
and Humor said he was
in
going to
our
give him a
next
call.
meeting here, of which we could say roughly around midnight tonight, we are all back in the neighborhood, readily accessible.
That's what I was wondering. Did you guys take any time to meet back up with each other? Seems
Still
like a
no.
fair idea.
Once I'm back in the neighborhood, I would pretty much be going and swinging by, seeing if y'all leave like a light on anywhere like near the crypt to indicate that you're in, or how do you deal with that?
That
Do I
sounds
have to
like
go
a
knock?
horrible idea. Yeah, I think you'd have to knock.
Yeah,
Definitely
do
no
it the old
lights
90s
on.
way of come play.
Right, a little
So,
secret knock or something.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've
yeah.
been to the crypt, you'd probably know how to check if we're there.
All right. Roll up,
Cool.
check in around midnight.
So you do that. What about you there, Snowcone? Do you do similar? Do you check back in with these guys, or continue
Oh
off
yeah.
on your own.
Oh yeah.
All right. So yeah. I mean, after the night you had previous, it's not unexpected that you guys would, find your way back towards, hanging out with each other the next night, just to at least touch base and things like that, see what everybody else feels after the night previous. And yeah, around midnight each, after you've had, an hour or two to handle your own personal affairs, you manage to make your way back to the crypt, and you guys would hear a rapping at the door, of course. Yeah. So you guys are free to discuss whatever you'd like. I'm trying my best to stay out of it and let you guys handle it.
So we're the neighborhood watch now, eh?
Sounds like that's the gig.
Well, are we going to do it like in shift, where someone just has to do it once every 4 nights, or like call in people if shit goes down?
I think it's more of a 10. I don't think we're actually gonna
Or we're
sweep
not
the
actually going to
streets.
like do work behind this unless religion's going down?
You say religion?
Right? What's that?
Did you say religion?
No, just that if shit really goes down,
It really goes
is the only time
down.
that we would end up. Like, I think we should still try keeping a patrol or something like that. Getting to know some people that could, like, also be keeping an eye roughly on what's happening in the neighborhood.
You can rove the
Like,
streets every once in a while, but I'm not looking for a new job.
okay, yeah.
Like I'm not doing the actual neighborhood watch thing. That doesn't sound fun at all.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Feel
It
you?
could be. I don't know. It could be kind of fun. I mean, if only one of us has to do it every so often, then it doesn't become that much of a task.
Yeah, that's what I said. Every once in a while we'll do a stroll, but not a setup system where we have to like someone's on patrol at all times. Nothing like that.
For the
I'm
most
good with
part,
that for now.
for the most part, you guys would know that you've stayed here for some time. And I mean, occasionally there is, some other kindred that make their way through the area. Somebody might, typically when somebody else is coming through this area, at least the ones that you've interacted with, it's either you see them casually around the alley where the bars are, and assume that they're there to feed, or they've specifically come looking for you. But as far as that goes, it's part of, LA. There's lots of, people and crime and lots of those things that take place. Thank you. People and crime all over the place. So there's lots of stuff to interact with and do. But as far as like kindred battlegrounds or anything, like it's not a place that gets hit hard. You know what I mean? People come and go, but there's no like major issues that you're aware of within the neighborhood. Is what I guess I'm getting at. You guys have been there for almost 2 years, I think a year now, you said. And in the time that you've been there, you've only, seen a couple of dozen kindred passing through. Typically no problems, but you have, heard rumors of some others that maybe had a squabble or got into an altercation in the neighborhood. So yeah, you don't feel like it necessary, at least at this time, to maybe hold, like you said, no need for a nightly patrol, but just more or less to keep an eye on things. But rumors have been swirling around about more and more strange things taking place, and you definitely have noticed that the kindred that you've dealt with tend to be getting more and more irritable as time goes on. So it's worth noting that you haven't had too many problems in the last year that you've been here, but things are changing slowly. So times are
Cool.
changing. But yeah, you guys can, figure out whatever you would like to do as far as that goes.
I think I would make it. I'll bring it to everybody's attention. The books I got, just to let them know that like I'm doing research on that little event that we have to take care of.
What about your new friend Tara? Shouldn't she be able to help with all this?
That's what I'm hesitant about. It seems that she's aware that she has influence over ghosts and spirits and such like that as somebody that is religious would. But in terms of knowing anything like magic or anything with any dark arts and stuff, I would say that's not the case. So I would be careful on what I would let her know in terms of what vampires are capable of or what other creatures are capable of.
Okay, you were a little high last time, so I feel like we got a different story. It sounded like she was an all-knowing witch, and you had already told her everything about us. So, you want to recap?
Oh my goodness, yes, thank you for reminding me about that. Oh, I'm sorry. You think being a pharmacist I would be used to being on medication all the time? But yes. Yeah, I did let her know a lot about what I was and what we did. So, um, in terms of where we go with them now, uh,
I'm not
we've
too
already
worried about
opened.
making that the issue, but I meant like her abilities and her knowledge. It sounded like you said she knew things and would be of use to us.
Yeah, which is why I brought in these books because while I came from my perspective of like what these symbols mean and just take this at face value, I think getting a different pair of eyes that know this field better could help us out indefinitely.
Love
Question
that.
is, though, do we bring her here or do we bring her to a different location?
We definitely don't bring her here.
Right.
I love
Mm,
that
It
the
sounds
presumption is because he's a pharmacist, he should be accustomed to being on drugs. They sell drugs. They don't always. You take drugs. Not all pharmacists just sit around getting high all the time. But no,
they're
it's
drug
funny.
professionals.
It's just the way it was said. I had to laugh at that for a minute. I mean, it's like, well, I got
It's like,
access
I
to
make
them.
them, I
I'll
don't
take
take
them.
them.
Yeah, I got them. If you got them, that's good stuff. Yeah, but either way, that's definitely something that is in the realm of possibility if you wanted to. Is Tara was someone that you could potentially speak with as far as that goes.
All
Thought?
right, well,
Oh, you were
the
saying?
let's take the witch to a Starbucks and give her a debriefing.
Hmm, sounds
Decent.
like a plan.
From
In other
last
news,
night, it seems like she already knew everything about us.
Yeah, that's moderately unavoidable. So we'll
But
come in as friends of Snow Cone, and she can make her assumptions, but we'll maintain our masquerade.
what was Snow Cone saying that like now he doesn't trust if she should know everything, but she already does.
Eh, no, not technically. She knows everything I've told her about vampires, but she doesn't know everything about the world of vampires. She knows, oh, we drink blood. Oh, we can do the spooky, scary disappearing act, but she doesn't know anything about the hierarchy of our society, nor who is actually in control.
I'm still pretty sure you did a bad there, Snowcone. Like,
I mean, that's the part that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah,
If she
that's the
knows,
least of our worries. You made us an accomplice to the only crime you're not allowed to bring.
Oh well.
I mean, we have the contact. I just don't want to be the one to talk to her.
That's good stuff. I I I love his personality so much. Eh, you know what I mean? It's like, meh,
Uh,
whatevs.
In a bit of more mundane matters, I have a little bit of enforcer work that I could use some assistance on. Just some basic collecting of debts, you know? Would you all be down for just a light bit of pushing? Social starting off, maybe a little physical roughing up, but still, I was told keep it pretty civil. Yeah,
Okay, so
I would owe you all something just small, just for helping me out in this, but I'm trying to get a big fish off my back.
can you just pay him what you're going to pay us?
It's shifting favors to people that I think are more reasonable. Like, I like him, but it's one of those things of I feel a slight sense of danger in the back of my skull whenever he looks at me. It's kind of the vibe. So I'd like to keep him as an associate, don't get me wrong. Maybe I can even introduce you all to him. Good shit. But
That sounds horrible.
yeah. So he was like, hey, you want this job? To like make it so that you don't owe me as much, and seems pretty easy. Like I show them these small little lists that contain a note of a chop shop, junkyard place, a dry cleaner, and a small hotel. Just where we're supposed to just get money out of them, however much they just kind of give us. If it's like a reasonable amount, I think like maybe $200, maybe 1,000. It seemed. He didn't actually give a specified number. If we can't get that, then we just need to take something that like seems semi-valuable. You know,
So a
I'll
protection
do like
racket.
what's that?
So a protection racket.
Yeah, a little bit. I'll be the one that will still at least take the risk of it if we're like actually taking an object. That'll be entirely on me. But I could use the assistance more in the like just social pushing. Because I talk to people, they generally just push me off or stuff. You know, help, please.
Numer,
So you need
can
someone who's a
uh,
little bit more charismatic, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
you know.
Numer, up to you.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty charismatic. Uh, I could talk to people. I know we're also talking about that D Steel guy who was talking about like collabing with us and stuff.
I didn't
You
like
know
him that much.
what area that was? No, I don't
I
think we do either,
think
but
he was in
it's
Hollywood. I forget. Now we don't have the map anymore.
it's just weird that he knows a bit about us. We should probably know something about him.
Yeah, I'd be down to go stalk him some. Like, see if I have any notes in my brain. Dick,
You needed the map back. It's
Picker
there,
Brains.
but
He's a business analyst.
yes,
Yeah. Did we get an actual location of his rough
he did. He
stomping
said
grounds?
that he was in the area. Was what he said.
Yeah.
I believe if we mentioned it, he said that he was also a landlord as well in the eastern portion of this territory, kind of
Okay.
the opposite side of Izzy's domain, close to Hollywood. You are correct.
Okay.
Yep. But yeah,
I mean,
if you take a look at the card, I believe it actually just had his name and a telephone number on it, right? It didn't actually have like much
Yeah.
location, if I remember. But it does have a contactable number that you could reach out to if you wanted to try and reach him as well. So you got lots of people to talk to as far as that goes. We've already added, a handful of different contacts within the city, and it seems like you're meeting more every day. So
All right, well, set up the Starbucks date and let's handle that tonight.
Mm-hmm. I'm
I
down
can
to
go
keep
for
it
some
chill.
coffee.
Say again?
Oh, that's I'd be down for some coffee too.
Like, I think I'll stay outside, but where? You all are welcome.
Right on. So it sounds
Go on
like
the
the
skate.
idea. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But it sounds like the idea there is to kind of take a trip to Starbucks and meet up with Tara while also making some stops, maybe before or after, to visit a couple of people that may or may not need their knees broken, right? And then even possibly along this path, along this route, find some time or means to interact with Mr. Max. What was it? Was it Max? What was his name? Shit. Vince, right? Vincent.
Who's Vince?
Yeah, Vincent.
Who's Vince?
Is that not? That was the guy, right? Yeah,
Oh,
It
Vincent.
was
no,
a
Okay.
Damien Steele.
Yeah,
Damien.
Steel.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Too many names. Damien. That's it. Yeah, so that was. It sounds like the gist of it is which one do you want to deal with first? Is Tara or the debts?
We were gonna call Tara.
Call Tara. Yeah. Who calls her?
That seems like the one that we want to be cleaned up for and stuff. Be respectable.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Or
So
Venus Metal.
since I have their number, I'll call them up and just like say like, need to talk to you. Do you meet us at Starbucks at this time? Meet me at Starbucks at this time. We have much to discuss. ...
Text that goes out. So you immediately get a text back within a couple of minutes. OMG. Super was thinking maybe I just had a trip. Awesome to know I wasn't losing my mind. I will totally meet you at Starbucks. But we shouldn't really go to Starbucks. You know what they do with paper, right?
All right, and then I'll text back just something like, I have a busy schedule tonight. Can only meet here.
Just tell her coffee bean
Yeah.
or some organic thing.
Yeah.
It clicked to me immediately. She'd be like, "Oh man." Yeah, she agrees. She's like, "Okay, but you really shouldn't," is what she said. So I mean, that's up to you.
I ignore that part. I'm just like, okay, it's like you'll meet us there.
Yep. Will do. I'll bring straws. Is the last message that you get. And she agrees to meet with you.
Side note, Starbucks doesn't have straws.
Don't ask me,
It's
man.
just I do not care.
Side note, that was out of character. That was just a note.
Yeah, I could have guessed. I'm just like in character. I'm thinking like why the hell would why would I Snow Cone care if Starbucks has straws or not? They serve coffee. That's it.
Oh, they do have the cardboard ones. You're right. They kept the shitty ones. That's funny. That's
Oh,
hilarious. Actually, you know what? Starbucks might not be the worst at this. But yeah, either way. She agrees to meet, and like I said, for some reason, she proclaims that she will bring straws. But yeah, she agrees to meet you at the Starbucks, and you guys can have 30 minutes or so to gather your gear and do whatever you need before meeting up with her. So I'm assuming you're hitting Starbucks first, then dealing with everything else, right? Then going to maybe break some knees, and then even after that, possibly meet up with Damien.
Or just go look at Damien. We don't have to go beat him.
Fair enough. All right,
We're
cool.
sneaky.
All right, well, it is 10:15. Probably a good time to go ahead and snag our break real quick, and then we'll come back with bumping into or all of the coterie back together, heading to Starbucks. Blood and coffee. Sounds good. But yeah, does that work for you guys? If you guys don't mind, we'll go ahead and take our, we'll take like a 10-15 minute here. This way we can go ahead and get it in, grab our break. And then we will come back and continue on with our story. But that gives everybody out there in the chat world enough time to take a look at our Ko-Fi page. I'm gonna link it in the chat right now. Exclamation Ko-Fi. This game runs on rumors, and those rumors come from you guys. So if you want to add more excitement to the game, you want to give these guys things to think about, worry about, different things that are going on, definitely consider checking into our rumor system. Or if you want to and you have some clever ideas for the rumors that are already in existence, head over there and maybe add some evidence. Adding evidence is a good way to flesh these things out and also progress them to where we hit those milestones and these things start to become true facts instead of just rumors. If you need a list, as soon as you go to the Ko-Fi page, if you pull it up, right there on your left-hand side, you will see a link posted. You have to copy it and then drag it up because it's not a working link for some damn reason. Anyway, but pop up in that link and you'll see all the rumors that are currently active that are in there. Right below it, you'll see the shop where you can add a rumor, add evidence, or even if you just want to help these guys out on their dice rolls, you can add +1 dice to any of your favorite character. They got them all listed there, and you can do that there. Supporting the channel not only gives us the ability to keep making these games and to keep doing this, but to keep the lights on, keep it all going, and makes so much better of a story. You guys can add all of your creativity, your comedy, whatever things that you want to add into our game and force these characters to deal with. That is exactly what the premise behind the idea. But yeah, while you guys are checking that out, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute breaks, grab yourself a drink, and we'll be back here in 15. Thanks, guys. Hang tight. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for letting us have a quick break there. I know we took an extra minute or two, but we tried to hurry. Hopefully that gave you guys time to grab a snack, grab a drink, use the restroom, whatever you needed to do, and we can dive back into some World of Darkness. So real quick, just to recap again, my name is Kevin, or It's So Sublime. I'll be your storyteller for this evening. This is a Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition Chronicle, set in Los Angeles. Currently, we are kind of focused on West LA. If you look at the map behind my head, you'll see that that's the kind of area that we have focused our game for the time being. The small little quadrant here belonging to our coterie. They have been dubbed as landlords of that area. Excuse me. By Izzy Noir, the Baron of West LA. And these people's Baron and kind of patron at the moment. They've placed him in charge of this small little area and asked that they take care of it, and in return, they can claim it as their own turf. They can feed and decide that, who comes and who goes at their own leisure, while still trying to, maintain any masquerade, keep things calm in the area, and abide by, their Baron's ultimate wishes for that area. So real quick, just a recap of our game and how it works. This is an interactive game. I try to make all of our games interactive. The games are so much better when you guys yourself get to participate. But, love it. You guys get to participate with the games. That makes them better, and it makes it more of a full story for us. So with this game, if you haven't, like during our break, you can check out our Ko-Fi page. You'll see the link. Like there's the mention of it, links in the chat. Head over to our Ko-Fi page. You'll see all the current rumors that are circling around our game currently. You guys can make up and add your own rumors. Anything you can think of. If you got something funny that you want to add, if you got something interesting or scary or challenging that you want to add as a rumor to our game. My balloon is in frame. It just looks so weird. Sorry. Yeah, so you can add these rumors or evidence to those rumors into our game, and it'll add details to our world so that you guys yourself are the storytellers of this game. I'm just here to moderate what you guys add. Currently we have rumors of, Inquisition working within the Baron's circle. A Pied Piper playing music at night that's luring people into alleys where they forget what happened to them and have gaps of missing time, and even that of a handful of werewolves that are apparently about to host or attend a furry convention within the Los Angeles area. There's lots of fun, cool rumors. These are just rumors until you guys make them real, though. So without your support, these things don't come true, and that becomes the story arcs of our campaign. So head over to our Ko-Fi page, add evidence to these rumors, flesh them out, give them more details, give us NPCs to talk to, give us little clues that the party can track down. FurCon isn't for 6 more months. Of course you would know. I will be in attendance also, so just pretend you don't know me. It's all good. But either way, we'll go ahead and dive back into our game. But I do want to make huge point to point out the rumor system, because if you've seen other streams that do this, it is amazing. It's what drives the narrative. It makes for an incredible game, and it really is the heart of our story of Los Angeles here. But let's dive back into it. Coterie had taken a little bit of time to follow up on some personal leads. Bart, speaking with someone who he owes a debt to, had agreed to go and collect some other debts on his behalf, possibly roughing them up if need be. Meanwhile, Snowcone had done some investigating about ghosts and the paranormal, as trying to take a little bit of research into this ghost that they had previously encountered, and had decided to reach out to Tara, a woman who had helped them the night previous by her own surprise, by using a spiritual healing crystal that she had offered up as a melee weapon, but on impact it actually flashed with a magical radiance. And so to both of their surprise, it seems there's more to it than to be expected. So our coterie is currently on their way to Starbucks, where they agreed to meet with her, and she is going to be meeting them there, and then maybe follow up on some of those other leads. So how do you guys get to Starbucks? that's my first question. Is you guys load up in the same car, multiple cars? How do you get there?
I'll take my van. Whoever wants to ride along.
All right.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, I
I'd
assume
be up to ride
Newmar
along.
I'm fine taking one car if that's what you guys want.
Yeah, we can all carpool.
Cool. Everybody
Right.
piles into the van that belongs to Jamal. Is it like one of those big painter vans that we're talking like the big Ford Econoline type van? Like
No, I thought I sent you a picture. It's Mercedes Sprinter.
oh, nice. I do think we discussed that. So it's actually a really nice van. Cool. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Cool. All right, either way, so you guys got your access to wheels, you hit the highway, and it takes you like 10 minutes to get to the other side of town. Even you know, being close to the highway definitely helps. You spend a little bit of time, you head across town and approach the Starbucks where you said that you were going to meet with her. This is, of course, a little bit closer to the Baron's territory. You know that she travels by bicycle, so I assume that you found a place that was a little bit closer to her location, but also kept her from knowing your exact location. And as you pull up, you're there maybe a couple of minutes. But after a few moments of waiting, you do see a girl on a bicycle slowly approaching as she pulls into the parking lot. She is wearing a kind of flowery dress, as you would expect for her, that she had, it seems like all of her attire is flowery dresses. And as she pulls in, she parks her bike, and you do see her lock it up with a brand new bike chain that she has recently acquired. And chains it up outside of the building and comes over and approaches your coterie rather casually. You know what I mean? The last time that Newmar, Jamal, or Bart had encountered her, she was still a little bit more on the scared or apprehensive side. And even you, Snowcone, when you spoke with her, she was pretty shooken up. She had done a lot of drugs to kind of numb that, paranoia and fear. But now, as you see her, she almost has a small smile on her face, but still a look of hesitation as she approaches. She kind of runs up halfway and then slows down and approaches a little more cautiously. Hey guys, how are you doing?
Tara, it's good to see you again.
Tara, I've heard so much about you.
Yeah, I, Snowcone didn't tell me anything about you. I'm so sorry. I remember you guys, but yeah, I really don't remember you guys. Either way, Tara, and she goes to put out a hand, but then stops and thinks about it, and just kind of pats her dress back down, and wipes it off. She says, either way, Starbucks, I didn't think you guys would be coffee drinkers. Oh, either way, I brought these for you. And she reaches around behind her and pulls a fanny pack to the front that she has strapped around her waist, and she pulls out 5 metal straws. And she says, here, they use those paper ones, but paper comes from trees, guys. I also brought these as well. And you do see that she pulls out what essentially just look like bags. But as you kind of take a look, you realize what it is it's meant to be like a cup that uses recycled and limited plastic. But it's like flexible. It's just a bag, and she says, here, and she begins handing them out to everyone. Just to,
I declined the cup.
I would
decline
too.
the cup.
No, I was like, let me get you a cup of coffee. Did you know if you request it, they'll give you a mug and they'll just wash it here? No need to bring in your own cup. We'll just have a sip here, talk a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, force of habit. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go. She's kind of hesitant, but does. make her way towards the door and heads inside with you. But yeah, inside it's practically dead in here. Whatever Starbucks this one is, just in this area, there's one or two people, but there's not the usual throng of people. You kind of picked a quieter coffee shop as far as that goes. But as you make your way in, there's one or two people. There's one person sitting in the corner playing on a laptop that seems to just kind of be scrolling through the internet, not doing any serious work, of course. And another person sitting at the bar stool looking out the window, just casually looking out into the night. But you can grab you guys a couple of cups of coffee, whatever you want. As she orders a cup of coffee, she does actually order just a like a chai tea type situation, so something a little bit more on the tea end of things. And
I order a peppermint tea and offer to pay for hers.
well, thank you. That's like a really nice. I can't lie, I don't have like a lot of money. But yeah, awesome. Thanks. Chair, and she just kind of points, like where do you want her to sit? She's waiting. She seems to, with everything, wait for you to direct her. You know what I mean? As if she is completely unsure how this is supposed to transpire.
I'll sort this out. You go ahead and have a seat wherever you'd like, and we'll join you.
Yeah, totally. Okay. She doubles back, takes a look at Snowcone, like her touchstone in this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm okay. And then, after getting a moment of approval there, what she believes could be a look of approval, heads over and grabs a spot, begins sitting there, sipping her chai tea out of a cup. But yeah, you quickly pay for coffee, all that stuff.
Once she's out of earshot, I asked Snowcone, was she this weird last night? Is this going to take a while?
Yeah, she can be kind of weird, but it's a good kind of weird.
I can work with weird. Just checking.
Fair enough.
So we don't have to kill her.
What?
We don't. We're not killing
I
her.
just
That's off
stare.
the table, right?
You don't have to jump to that every time.
You would
can talk to
actually.
people sometimes.
I mean, I'm not saying I want to.
It sounds like you're saying you want to.
I mean, we all know we should, right? Like, that's what we're supposed to do.
Oh yeah, no one's
Just want
disagreeing
Well,
with that.
record.
Would I know that, like, on the books, how is it in LA for, like, minor masquerade like this? Is it, like,
It would
Pride?
vary territory to territory for the most part, but you would generally assume that most people would at very least expect that, maybe not kill, but definitely use whatever means you have to make sure that it doesn't come to light of day, whether through dominate abilities or blackmail, extortion, whatever it takes. You know what I mean? But
All
yeah,
set.
yeah. If all else fails, there is always that option, right? But the funny part is, as you're kind of having this discussion, you do see that there is one very confused looking Starbucks employee trying to pretend like they're not hearing any of this as you're standing at the counter.
Well, yeah, we're talking in
what I
a
mean?
subtle way. It's not open conversation by any.
Right, but
probably
Mine was
yeah,
just in thought. So
you kind of get again, like he only catches bits and pieces, but kind of does give a little bit of weird look, as he slides the cups forward, and you see him just like turn around, shakes his head, it's like fucking LA, and makes his way off, to go make whatever else. But yeah, as you grab a seat next to her at the table, she has settled in. She has, made herself comfortable, so to speak, and is sitting there sipping her tea. She immediately, again, like, as soon as all three of you walk over, or four of you walk over, her immediate eye line is on Snowcone, who is the only one of you that she actually recognizes. But does, kind of nod towards the table as in, please join me. Like, what is it that you guys wanted me for? I honestly wasn't even sure how much of that was real. Apparently, I had tied one on last night because I woke up this morning, and by morning, I mean, it was like 3 o'clock. Um, you know, I barely even got anything done today. I was pretty groggy, so wasn't. I remember last night, of course. I remember everything. I remember everything, but yeah, it just seemed like a dream, and so I mean, I'd hope to hear from you again, but I just didn't expect to be so soon, or with all of your friends.
Well, we have a lot of excuse me. Well, we have a lot of interest in you, especially with what you can do. So I went out of my way to make sure that we can all benefit from this relationship. And they're gonna take out the full stack of books that they got from the pawn shop and just be like, so tell us, well, we do any of you know anything about ghouls? Like, are we clear on that? That we are very much not all in the know about what exorcism is?
No. Exorcism? Is that like
Never met.
eczema?
Like, I mean, I think ghouls are what they have on like TV shows. I think more what you're trying to say is spirits. This is yeah. So like I did a little googling, and yeah, I saw those exorcism things. Don't that's wow. I watched the movie. The Old Priest and the Young Priest is a comedy. Anyway, so I did do a little bit more research. So like I mean, when you're in my line of work, you do know about like spirits and angels and kind of spirit guardians or guides, but I mean as far as something like that, it's almost like an angry entity. It's typically not the type of thing that I work with. My things are more friendly, cute. Uh, but yeah, it seems like spirit might be the way to put it. I mean, there are things like demons, though. I mean, that's definitely a thing. And she just starts prattling on. As soon as it brings to a topic of something that she's interested in, or that she has, some knowledge about, she does tend to open up a little bit and starts kind of, going through what little bit she knows between Google searches and her comparison to like spirit guides and, you know, different cultures that she's heard of that make use of spirits as part of their lore or history or religion, whatever. uh, what exactly is it that you're trying to figure out? Is it really dead? I
We believe so. That's the thing we are trying to figure out. So what we know about the situation is that it is not normal. For example, to put to give you a sense of our confusion, why was there a ghost in this particular part of an alleyway? And on top of this, why was it placed there? Because from my knowledge of, media and stuff, as much as you know from the Exorcist movie, ghosts don't normally hang around unless they have a specific purpose to fill, or they are lingering along because they have unfinished business. So, if we're looking at this ghost from that lens, why pick an alleyway behind a club of all places?
Right. Well, when you said they don't really hang around, like that's kind of their thing. Actually, is they do hang around, and you're right. So like, from what I was able to find about some of these like possession type situations, it looks like a lot of them, these spirits or kind of shades of people that have passed, they tend to gravitate towards the places that either meant the most to them in life, or if they have unfinished business, or if it was the place that like was their point of greatest tragedy, like where they died. And I started thinking maybe they died there, and that they're just stuck in the same alleyway, or maybe there's some sort of unfinished business there. I thought about maybe going back and taking a look, but I didn't want to risk it, in case it was still there. But, maybe it's just looking for something, or maybe it's, trying to tell us some sort of clues. I might be taking some of this from television, but, just going with what I have.
Which is why we have these books. Better to get research that is, well, already done than just to take a shot in the dark. And I'm gonna start opening up a book of one of these groups and try to find like something in blood magic, like some kind of symbol or some kind of like page that talks about blood magic and some connection to spirits.
I'm gonna interject and just be like, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I thought you were like a mage and you knew a lot about this stuff. It sounds like you're on the same page as us, and you're just looking it up as we all go along.
Well, did you say mage? I mean, I played World of Warcraft. Um, no. I guess what some would call me would fall under the area of a witch, but I just prefer to see myself as someone who's open to spiritual options. I did do a couple of Wicca classes at the Y, but I'm not I'm not Gandalf or anything. She kind of looks a little bit confused. She's like, but yeah, I dabble in magics, and I mean, so like I know sigil work, and I've tried to summon some things. I've done some seances, and I do a lot with tarot cards and rune stones. And she just starts prattling on about different kind of tropey things that you would expect like new wave spiritualist at the beginning of it to look into. She it sounds like she's tried all of the different basics, but then she starts to go on a little bit. She's like, but like, so there for a little while I was traveling, and I wanted to go to more protests and be more active. So I mean, I spent some time in South America. I've been to Peru. I've like sat in with indigenous peoples, and I've done several like cleanses, and ritual like I did peyote with a bunch of guys once. You know what I mean? It's kind of where she throws it out. She's like, but I feel like I have opened myself up to a new way, a new level of like spiritual awareness because of it. And she kind of continues prattling on unless you interrupt.
Yeah, I'll
I'm gonna let
interrupt
her
her.
finish to be polite. Oh, go ahead. What'd you say?
Oh no, go ahead if you got something to say.
Oh, I'm just gonna like let her finish anything. I don't want to be rude. I did the blush of life. That's what the rouse check was for.
Oh, very good.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, I let her finish and everything. I was like, okay, well, and I point to Snowcone. He told us that you were Gandalf, and so we thought we could ask you a few questions. But it sounds like I just joined a book club.
Well,
So
I mean, I do have books, but like, there's the internet. You can find this stuff everywhere. But I mean, well, wait, no, you. And she kind of gets a little frustrated for a second. She's like, so like, I find the information in the same place that you guys do, but like, I have spent lots of time and research into it, and I have practiced. I've been practicing, witch. And she throws up like big air quotes, for years now. I do know a lot about, these entities and how they, kind of the suspected ideas of it, but I've never actually seen one myself. I mean, I've had plenty of spiritual encounters, but never the type that throws lead pipes.
So then, would you be interested in expanding your knowledge on the subject?
I'm sorry, are we training her?
Hear me out. And I'm gonna lean over to them, like, to try and like be very hush hush about this, and I'm just gonna whisper and say, "Listen, I know it seems like she doesn't know a lot. However, they can still be an asset. A person with magic is not something you see around in the world of
You're
vampires.
absolutely right. She is not a
So
person with magic.
exactly. So why not kill? Why not have our own personal mage and care for any situation that may require magic?
But she's not a mage. She doesn't. She thinks that's a video game character.
Yes, but given enough information, taps the books, they can become very proficient. More experience means more power. More power means more power for us.
I'd buy it if you were a Tremere, but I can't imagine one of us making her into one of them.
Bart, I think you're the one that has the most observation in the group. You would notice that as she watches like the huddle and realizes that she's not a part of it, there's almost a look of frustration that kind of sets on her face, and she does pull out a backpack that she had her fanny pack in her backpack, so she pulls out this like canvas backpack, and as she pulls around, she says, you know, it's not that I don't know anything. Here, check it out. And she starts pulling things out of her backpack. And what you see is essentially things that look like those little stick people from Blair Witch. The little things that were hanging in the trees, wrapped in sticks and feathers and stuff like that. And she's like, check it out. So these are supposed to be Native American spirit wards. So like I thought I was going to be nice, and I made them for you so that you could ward your coffins or whatever you do,
I'm sorry, did
and
you just say coffins?
I don't know these things like uh, holes. What do you come from? I don't know. She's like, but I know this, all right. So look, there's a specific people, and this is where she does actually start to sound a little bit more smart. She begins describing a group of people from a small tribe of Indians that were in, near South America type thing, that had made these sort of, I can't think of the word, fetishes to ward off spirits. And she says, I've done it all the work. She says, I've done it all right. So they should work. Maybe I haven't used them before, but I spent time with those people. I mean, I braided a little girl's hair. I kept their village from getting destroyed by, a company that was trying to build a mall there. I mean, they surely, if anybody's spirit ancestors owe me anything, it's those guys.
So, do you believe that these wards could protect us from
Yeah.
any kind of?
I think if
Would
you
you
hung
say?
these at your house, I put them around all the windows of my house, and they're supposed to keep spirits warded out. This way they don't follow you home. That's what I found out, is that, even though these things are typically tied to like a location, they can follow you or cling on to you. She said, oh, also here, and she pulls out these like necklaces, essentially, that are just crystals that have been braided on with a wire. You know what I mean? This is she's got an Etsy shop somewhere. You know what I mean? It's just a thong of leather with a braided wire and a chunk of that stone that she had used the night before. she has smashed it even further and attached a little piece of it to each one. She's like, this worked previously, and it's been known to ward off spirits, or that the stone is supposed to, if you put it under your pillow and you sleep with it at night, it's supposed to like ward off evil dreams and manifestations. But I figured if we wear them, then they can't hurt us, right? Or at very least, if you need it, you could flick this rock at him and maybe poke out an eye.
Tara, I'm going to ask you something. And I'm going to like move the books towards her, like all three of them, and just be
Mhm.
like, there's a lot of magic within these books, a lot of magical knowledge from other previous people who have dabbled within magic. If you were to study these, do you think you could craft? Do you think you could craft each of us some kind of effigy, some kind of fetish to protect us against blood magic, for example?
Like, so like I've heard of blood magic. Like, you mean like cultists that? Oh no, you mean like with real blood? Oh, uh, I mean, sorry.
That's no problem. Ew.
I mean, you are talking to vampires who consume this
Right.
stuff,
I
so
didn't.
it's
I didn't mean to
understandable.
offend you. Shit.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Okay.
Did
What
So
was that?
like, I
Yeah,
could
You use the V word
probably.
in public.
Yeah.
Oh, period. Tara, right? I just want you to know. He does drugs. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm a DJ.
But we did kill a ghost, so
Uh,
that
uh,
is legit.
I mean,
Are you
that
helping
kind
her?
of makes sense
Huh.
in a way. You know what I mean? It's like you see her looking up at that, like no, that makes sense. You know, I think she's still comparing the two, but yeah, she's like, no, the vampires in the movies are always at nightclubs. That totally makes sense. You know what I mean? But she's like, so I know you don't really know me, but like, I do this for a living. I read people's fortunes and I give people spiritual advice and guidance, and like, just because I don't know this particular thing, yes, I could learn it. And that's what I was gonna say is I if you guys could you know, like stuff like this. I don't know what they're in these books specifically, but you know, like if you know things, or if you know, there's stuff that you need help with, I could kind of be like your Ghostbuster. You know, I could learn it and figure it out, and I mean, I'm sure with my level of you know, spiritual depth that I've achieved, I think I really could be like a useful like ghost kicking, butt kicking ally. I
Okay.
mean,
What do you do for a living again?
I have a TikTok page and an Etsy store.
And we're done here.
But yeah, so like I do tarot readings on TikTok, and I talk about, you know, the different spiritual practices. We do sigil work sometimes. Um, yeah, I've helped people from all over the world. Like, you know, a couple of weeks ago, I helped a woman who was having nightmares, and we did some sigils and some prayers for her, and she said they stopped.
That
I
is
mean,
excellent.
you found a new wave hippie in the middle of Los Angeles. Of course, she thinks she knows magic, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, she claims to be a TikToker. She's like, it doesn't pay really well, but it gives me the freedom that I have to attend the rallies and to, you know, stand up to the activist groups that I'm a part of. And, you know, like I said, I do occasionally do, you know, some Wiccan things. I think I might start doing more of them now. I know that some of this might be more real than like even I realize. Like, I mean, I've always believed in it, but like actual magic, like maybe I could cast like a fireball and be a mage. She's like, I kind of see myself more as a druid. My spirit animal was always tied close to something like a wolf or a bear.
Please stop making video game references. It concerns me.
Yeah.
Well, like, isn't that kind of where it all comes from, though? Like, so here's the funny part is even the video game references, or you know, Dracula. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Like, there's something to that, right? So like, if we just like dig through the stuff that's all hype, and then we find like the real stuff, this is how we figure out how to make it work. And hey,
Like-
the rock worked. You know what I mean? And she like slams down the necklace. She's like, I don't know why, and I've never fought a ghost before, but it worked. And it's because these are known to ward off spirits, and I just knew that. Personally, I just thought it was going to hit it in the head, but like, it exploded. They don't do that.
You are absolutely wrong.
Rocks don't explode?
How does a rock kill a
Yes.
ghost?
That's what I've been trying to figure out.
Well, like,
I mean, she
And
can't
that's
even
why I'm
tell
doing
us.
research into this. That's why I got the books. That's why Tara is here to help us understand this.
I
yeah,
mean,
you've done.
maybe we're going about this all wrong. We need like a rock art expert, like a geologist.
A geologist will fix this for sure. She's like, look, I may not know everything, but you're right. I can learn, and I do know some stuff more than others. And as she takes a look, she actually starts like flipping through some of the pages, and she's like, look, like this thing, and she points at a scrawling on the page, and what you see essentially is a ward. You guys may not know, depending on your character's level of like occult magics or anything like that. Blood, the symbolism that's acquired. Just like these are just simple runes, like they're wards or sigils. You just typically you take a certain element and you draw the sigil, and it just works. Like, you don't always have to know how. Like, I just know that I put the rock under my pillow and it does work. And like, I've never been attacked by a ghost until I start hanging out with you.
Actually, for our purposes, you kind of do have to know how.
Well, I am sure that I can learn what I can. And if you ever need help with a ghost, you could call me. Like, could you imagine if we could actually videotape one of these things and get it online? Do you have any idea how much money we could make off something like that? We could
So
feed
much
a
money,
small
Tara.
village
So much.
for years.
Snow Cone, this is your, and I point to her, side quest. Get it? What do you want to do with this?
Well,
I
to be
mean-
honest, Jamal, I see, looking at this at face value, this seems like a lost cause in a lot of respects, and I can understand where you're coming from. But I can also see the potential in this. Be that as the situation is, no offense to you, Tara, that our resident magic expert is not well versed in magic itself, they are open to learning. I see that as a very, very profitable opportunity.
Do you know any other mages, as you put it?
I look around at anyone. Well, do we?
Would we be here?
Seems like I'm the best you got then. I mean, like I said, I do know some stuff. That's a sigil. I can draw those. Those are simple. I know what some of them mean. I just haven't learned them all yet. And typically you just use minerals or spirits that are connected with the earth. And I do know my elements. I know that, salt is known to ward off spirits, and that, roses and things like that. And like, she starts prattling off a handful of things that are kind of less television and more, spiritualist faiths and things like that throughout culture. So she does have some history knowledge as far as that goes, but her practical knowledge is totally non-existent. I mean, other
Could
than what she's done for her TikTok following, you know what I mean?
Could I give cult roll to cross-reference?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a
being
really good
said?
idea. Yeah, does anybody else have a cult, by the way? I can't remember.
Nope.
I ain't got a lot, but like
Anyone
I
else
technically can roll.
I was gonna say anyone else that has occult could add another dot to his roll so that he can get a little bit of a bump on that if you want. If anyone else has an
No one?
adult of occult.
I got
Adult.
like 1 dot. I don't know if that's gonna help a
Give it
lot.
to him.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
you got a dot, that's
All right.
enough. You can add a dot. Numar, do you have any occult?
Nope. 0.
Okay, so yeah, take your roll, add +2 to it, one dot for each of these guys, as you just kind of like compare notes on what thing she's prattling off, you know.
Two.
Everything freeze.
There we go.
There we go. Excuse me. 5 successes. All right, with 5 successes, not only do you find some context in what she is saying, but you actually start to make sense of the books that you're seeing yourself a little bit. That's a good roll.
Yay,
So,
crits.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially with a critical, you know what I mean? Holy shit. Yeah, that's a good roll. Yeah, so as far as looking at the sigil work, you're not 100% sure how blood magic works. You're not, a Tremere. But taking a look at it, you've definitely heard of these things. And you kind of start to piece together a little bit between what she's describing and what you're actually seeing. And it does seem like a slight disconnect, where she is describing using elemental things like salt and stone and flowers as part of the sigil crafting or fetishes, things like that. What you're seeing in the books make a little more sense to you, where it's all tied to blood. The power is in the blood. You know what I mean? Type of phrases, and you actually can make some biblical references there, and things like that in comparisons to other things that you just happen to pick up over time throughout different things. And it seems that whereas the Tremere would take these element or the element of blood or essence of life and infuse it to make these magic crafts, she seems to be explaining the exact same thing, but just from a more elemental source, which someone that maybe doesn't need the blood, you know what I mean, would make sense. So she has an idea what she's talking about. She can, when she starts reading through the things, you actually realize that she pulls out several words that are in foreign languages that she's able to identify as to like, oh, I know this one. You know what I mean? Just from where she's went to different places, probably to a festival somewhere, but happened to meet the people while she was there. You know what I mean? So
Related to this occult role, would I then know of there being a capital M mage out there that is dealing in more of like actual what she's kind of thinking of?
I think that you would have absolutely, very much in light of our game, you would have heard rumors of those things. You know what I mean? With a 5, you would know that there is, histories that have been, mentioned of them, things like that. I don't think you would have ever met a mage.
Yeah,
like
I think the way that it is right now is the fact of mages were mentioned on one slideshow that my sire showed me during the crash course. It was simply, it was
something like
one thing where
that.
it's like mages do exist. They can alter reality to their will. They're extremely rare among humans, but they can kill your ass real quick. You can kill them real quick, but
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what it is. Is like Sire definitely would have mentioned it. Several occult books that you perused through had made mention to humans with the capability of wielding either hemocraft or through more natural means, or actually kind of like an inherent within their own selves but you would probably,
Cool.
I even go as far as say with a roll of 5 on a crit, you would know that the few mention of these mages is that there are so few of them because most of them never awaken into their potential. You know what I mean? They'll live their entire lives without knowing that it's even capable. You know what I mean? But there are those that do cross that bridge at some point and are capable of doing things that are apparently within the realm of miraculous. You know what I mean?
is there a way to urge people into awakening? Like, could we kind of give her a little push? Or
I don't think you would know for sure how that would work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No biggie.
That's kind of like best kept secrets. But again, maybe a Tremere might know more, since they're diving into that area, or if you can find some sort of more occult knowledge to dive into where to find, to track
that does
down
sound
an
like a future
actual
pursuit.
mage. Yeah, right. You never know, man. For all you know, there might be a order of mages right here in town, but you've never done the research on that. But you guys would, pick together from what she's saying is that she does have a firm understanding of the principles of magic, but has never had any practical application until the night previous. But I would also go as far as to say, with that high of an occult role, you would have heard of things like true faith. That's something a vampire would be aware
That
of.
too.
You know what I mean? Is true faith is a thing where if somebody is truly believes in it enough, no matter what the religion, it doesn't really matter, that true faith could be a potential. So either she has got some sort of inherent magic capability, or true faith that may have been fused into this rock that she handed over. So it's one or the other in this kind of situation. But I would say that you would definitely know that what you saw wasn't natural for someone, by any means, So it's definitely one or the other. Either she has some unawakened magic within inside of her, or she has true enough of a faith in what she says that it's had some sort of an impact on her capabilities.
Yeah, true faith is what Paul suspects, but Bart is kind of certainly flip-floppy on it right now.
Right. And since the other two
No
of
idea.
you helped with that role, we'll just assume that it was kind of discussed at the table and you guys would all know that, as well. And you can make your own assumptions as to whether you think she's more of a true faith type or unawakened mage, but she does have some, she must have some inherent, magic capability somehow, or divine capability. But yeah, her practical application is definitely lacking. And I mean, she's a TikToker, man. She does tarot readings on the internet, but she believes in it firm enough. That's for sure, so that may have lent to her capabilities the night previous. But as far as like her giving you access to other mages, or being able to directly tell you much, she's kind of unsure. But she does, lend to say things like, if the spirit comes back, like, we can ward the alleyway. We can just put these little fetishes out by the dumpster and it should keep it away. Was there any sort of these there? Like, and she points at the sigil that's in the book, she's like, I mean, if there was wards, maybe they was trying to ward it off, or seal it. Maybe it was sealed there, maybe, I don't know. But yeah,
Like, I'm looking to Snowcone at this point. He was the one that saw that stuff.
You shot at something on the wall.
Yeah,
remember?
I would say Snowcone would know that because they were able to see, like, correct me if I'm wrong. You were able to, you described Snowcone seeing it as a marking on the wall,
Yep.
from where the ghost was attached.
So what you guys saw is you were able to see a lattice work of blood, which is kind of the general idea of blood magic residual over top of something. But once you pointed it out, even you, Bart, when you were pointed at it and saw it, you were able to see that there was something absolutely painted on that wall there. And it looked like these kind of symbols that you're seeing in the book, but Snowcone specifically saw like a swirling mist of magic kind of emanating around it. Flurrybat, thank you so much for the sub. God love
Hey.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Appreciate
the
it.
sub.
Whoop, whoop. Thank you. But yeah, you would at least remember the sigil was there. So she didn't see that, but yeah, you saw that there was a sigil on the wall. But yeah, that was kind of the question she was asking. Is like, was there one of these there?
Looking at it, it's like, actually, yes.
Well, I mean that at least gives us something to work on. Either it was typically these wards are meant to either keep something away or to lock something in. So it's possible that maybe either, the alleyway was warded to keep it away, but somehow it wasn't working, or it was meant to, keep this thing in the alleyway, and something got messed with or tampered with.
Oh,
Just oh,
almost chokes on their drink, just like, oh, right.
See how she might be useful.
Yeah, I think I know what probably could have broken that seal.
speak up for the rest of the class.
Uh, well, Bart, remember when I pointed out that spot on the wall and asked you to shoot it with your shotgun?
Uh-huh. So I think the kids probably spray painted it, and that's what broke it. Not me.
Right, but still, it was markings we were not familiar with, and I don't
Yeah.
from yeah, I don't think a kid has that kind of dexterity with a can to make
Well,
intricate symbols like that on a brick wall.
You don't need
I mean-
intricate symbols to break a thing.
yeah, did you see her kind of like back and forth between the two of you? She's like, yeah, so kids painted it and then you shot it. I mean, either one of those could
yeah.
have damaged it in a way. I mean, it depends on how it was put on the wall, or what kind of incantation was put on top of it, But yeah, maybe it was meant to, keep him there, or maybe he was trapped inside of it, and when the kids spray painted it, that seems like that happened first. Maybe they released it somehow. I could go back to the alleyway, if you think that thing's still there. I mean, I could go there and do like a dry rubbing, or try and take some pictures and do some research. I am a
That would
tech
be very
wizard.
helpful.
Like, I
That
built
would be
my
very
TikTok
helpful.
in an hour. You know what I mean?
If that ghost is still there, you'd be dead. All
I
we did was throw a rock at it.
I mean, that's probably fair. I mean, it's a chance to test out the wards. I guess I'll go back. I'll go back and check it out. If I'm gonna be your ghost hunter, then I gotta be brave enough to be a ghost hunter. I'll go back. I'll take some rubbings, or try to draw what I can of the symbol, and I got a large following on the internet. If I show it to people, maybe they can help me identify it.
Just leave us
don't
out of this
think
place.
that's a good idea.
I mean, if you don't want me to, I don't have to. But I could at least, try and search whatever books I have. I've got, an old Wiccan Bible, or whatever they would call it. I don't know what that's actually called. She's like, there's lots of sigils in there, and I mean, I've searched lots of them, and I could at least search it. I mean, I wouldn't have to mention you guys. I know that, like, I'm probably not supposed to tell anyone. Snowcone did say that, but I could help.
Yeah, you're not supposed to tell anyone.
I haven't told anyone. I was so tempted this morning, but I wasn't 100% sure that I had saw what I saw, and I thought if I said it, people would think I'm crazy. I get it enough, so I didn't. But God, did I want to.
Well, we
I-
are very thankful that you have not.
It's a place to start, at least. Give me a day or two. I'll research what I can, and then I'll get back to you, and we'll see what we can find. In the meantime, I don't know, maybe you guys can ask around with other, I don't know what to call you.
My name's Jamal.
Other
My name's
Jamals,
Steve.
Steves. whatever. I just, you know what I mean. The V word.
Yeah. We typically don't use the V word around here. I'm old school, so I slip up and use it occasionally. And I know the youth don't like me using the V word now. We have a different word for it, but
Either
we'll
way,
trust you.
I know I can do the magic. You guys can do the vampire stuff, and we'll be fine. We'll figure it out together.
I mean, I'm at least fine with her taking my what is it? Our neighborhood watch patrol. Like she could take my shift since she's already looking for the stuff anyway.
Actually, that's a good point.
She is going to get
actually.
shot down by gangbangers. It's not going to be anything supernatural. She's just going to get killed by a rival gang shooting or something. Like, the poor little hippie child wandering around the streets at night. She will do great. She's like, I do have this. And she pulls out just like the biggest can of bear mace you've ever seen. And one of these. Clack! As she holds out a stun gun. You know what I mean? Like, she's good to go.
Having a pressurized canister right next to a stun gun is fucking choice.
Oh yeah. Oh
It's like-
fuck.
She's like, well, I could get them both. She's having fun with it at this point. Yeah, she's excited.
Okay.
Seriously,
Yeah.
I'll go do some rubbings. You guys ask around whoever you can, and we'll see who comes up with something first. I guarantee you, I prove that I'm worth something.
Yes, you did, Tara. I guess we'll speak to you later.
Okay. Now I don't know what to do. Okay. You see her like blink a few times, and she's like, I guess I'll go the alleyway. If you don't hear from me in 2 days, I got eaten by a ghost. Come rescue me. Good luck.
No.
And then she just turns and runs out the door.
Call her back, Tara. Maybe
Yeah.
you should take one or two. Maybe you take one or two of these books.
Oh yeah, she would have grabbed the books. Yeah, she. You know what? Actually, she's like, oh yeah, shit. Oh, and she immediately stuffs them into her canvas backpack and throws them on her back. Yeah, she would definitely take the books.
She took all of them.
Unless you guys wanted specifically to keep one or more, she would
Gotcha.
definitely take them. Yeah, that this is just exciting literature to her. So yeah, I love that you just give her Tremere's personal notes. It's like we're gonna find out these are the personal handwritings of Solid, you know what I mean, or something like that later. But yeah, she would absolutely take these.
I would like to imagine, like, this is just for shits and giggles, and it's like she opens up the book. It's like, oh, this is a funny page. Who's Kane?
Yeah, right. Something, I don't know, something about a guy with a cane, and I know Lilith. I know that one. You know what I mean? She would recognize that name. But yeah, she agrees to go do some dry rubbings and research the sigil. But she may have given you at least some information that, based on either the damage that was done to it, or if it was there before you got there, most likely the kids, like you said, that maybe somehow it had been tampered with. You know what I mean, or altered, and that was enough to break whatever magic was binding it and release this entity. But that does give you, some more to work with. You got an idea that maybe there's also somebody that knows who put it there. That part's on you guys' end. Thank you again, Flurrybet, for the sub. I just realized it went to you, Goonie. That's a good one.
Yep.
I'm glad it went to somebody that needed it. No, I'm just saying, like, I always see those things when they go out or whatever, and it's always to like somebody that I've seen in the chat once. You know what I mean? Like, I get that's the purpose, but I'm glad to see it go to somebody that's around.
Yeah, I'll use the emotes aplenty.
Yeah, right. But yeah, after that, anyway, she does run off and leaves you guys to go take care of your business if you guys want to still go handle your affairs.
Do we want to cover that tonight?
We still got 20 minutes, so I mean, if you guys want to take care of that, I'm fine with doing so.
Crack out 1 or 2, and maybe one end on dramatic note. Vegan man.
I think I can make that work.
All right. Well, first things first. I guess the dry cleaner sound.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Good.
as far as what is closest to you, the dry cleaner and the hotel are close by. They're within the area. The garage is slightly more on the outside of town, you know, being kind of like a junkyard, you know, or whatever. It's a little further away. But yeah, you can make quick work out of visiting these the hotel as well as the dry cleaner. The dry cleaner is
So
just literally called Dry Cleaner World. It's right down the street. It's you know, it's pretty generic title as far as that goes. And if you
I'm
guys
looking
are,
for the owner of there.
yeah, as soon as you walk in, so like he did give you names and maybe even like a brief description as far as that goes. Let me take a look here. I want to look at your abilities. Call the investigation. Is there essentially like a history roll? You know what I mean? I don't think there is.
History of what?
Investigation, insight.
Yeah, it kind of depends on just what, or
Yeah.
like maybe streetwise if it's
You
something
got
local.
Streetwise, academics,
That's a
occult.
great one for you, actually. Yeah, wits and streetwise.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let you take half on that. So, because this is something more just like that you would passively recognize. So, out of the names that come across in the book, you know, the dry cleaner, the hotel, not very familiar with you or whatever, but the third one you would relate to a kindred. This garage, you know, especially being in your kind of line of work, that's what I was saying, it's like right up your alley that you would just know this type of thing. And it is actually related to someone that you have dealt with before and gotten parts from, etc., stuff like that.
Okay.
It was an older guy in the area. But yeah, that one at least seems familiar to you. And the name on it just says Gears. That's all it says. But yeah, you would know.
But older as in like one of the older kindred of the area, or older as in just an older person who got turned?
Older person that got turned. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, been around longer than you. You know what I mean? Of
Yeah,
course.
of course.
But you would kind of know that's kind of his thing. Is much like yourself. He's a fellow mechanic or whatever, and you've at
Oh,
least met him once or twice. Maybe along the way in passing. It's probably been a year or so, but you've gotten like bike parts from him. You know.
if
But
it
as
was
far
in
as
passing at that time, then I would have been immortal, which is still a possibility. But
oh well, yeah. I mean, within the last year, then I guess that's true because you're a year, right? Is that
about
they
6 months,
I
6
thought it was like
months?
3 or 4
Okay.
or
weeks.
even less, 2.
I kept thinking
I
for
think
some
2
I thought it was
reason
now.
I kept
weeks.
thinking a year. All right, 2
It
months.
kind of got like flipped around a bit. I think it got shortened up to
In
about
that
2 months.
in that case, maybe you had
At least
heard
heard.
of him through other
Yeah, sure.
allies.
But
You had heard of him through your connections with the biker group
okay.
that you ride with. By the way, that biker group goes by the Marauders or Midnight
And
Marauders.
I don't think I
Uh,
ride with them yet. Not that social, my dude.
right. Just
But
saying, like
I have
that.
dreams.
That group or whatever, you know, you've at least heard of them, been you know, met one or two of those guys as well, and they were like, yeah, I know this guy Gears, man, he's got the good shit, you know what I mean, he's got
Okay.
bike parts galore down at the shop. So that one you recognize. But as you go into the dry cleaning world, literally there is a like a 40-year-old middle-aged man standing behind the counter, and you know he's wearing a name tag that says Dry Cleaning World Derek, and that is the name that you have in your book as
Okay.
far as that goes. And you know what, I think he would even go ahead and have put like 300. You know, he didn't, he just wrote 300, whatever that is, you know what I mean,
Like
as far as
maybe
that
that's the
goes.
interest. I'm thinking that's the interest.
Maybe. But yeah, he
Yeah.
put down like 300 for this guy, 300 for the motel, and next to that guy's name, and then the last one, it says gears negotiable is all it says.
Okay. And then just, like the group, it's just where okay, I need people at my back. I think I can do this myself. But if I
love that.
freeze up, then I have the paper.
Yeah. Let us
Good.
know if you want us to, if you need to tag one of us in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes in.
I love this. Taking deep breaths. You just see a middle-aged man. Like, this guy looks like he drives a minivan to work every day. Absolutely. Yeah, as you come in, he sees the door open. Good evening. I'll be right with you.
I walk up as with as neutral a walk as I can get.
He has currently got his back turned to you as he's hanging a couple last items on the rotating belt.
You forget why we're here?
I'm going. Well, what's that?
I was like, you forget why we're here?
No. Just looking around. Is there anyone else in here?
Quick wits and awareness.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead and roll that up for me if you don't mind. Difficulty 2.
Easy.
I love that, Bart's the I want to be a fixer, to yeah, 2. Taking a look around, you do see that there is one security camera in the building. It is facing on the door behind you, so like if you step to the counter, you actually get underneath of it to the point where you're pretty sure it's not catching you. It's mostly
But we've all been identified as entering.
right, but you do know you just walked past it, essentially. That's what I was going to say. But as far as anyone else in here, it does seem to be empty. You're not hearing anyone else. It's a very small shop. It's got the rotating, thing with all the clothes on it or whatever, but it seems like you can see all the way to the back of the shop through the clothes as they rotate around. So it's a pretty small place. Nobody else seems to be inside.
All right. Well, I'm waiting for his approach. Just.
Yep. If you give him a second, after about 30 seconds, he does finally get the last piece hung up, turns around, and says, "Oh, hey, how can I help you today?"
Hi, I'm here to collect a debt for an associate of mine, Mr. Ruko.
Oh, send another one of you guys, did he? Look, I keep telling him I can't keep doing this. Look, I got kids at home. I got a family to feed. I can't. Look, I made one deal with the guy so that I could cover some gambling debts, and now he keeps sending you thugs here to threaten me. Well, you know what? I'm not intimidated.
Have you paid it off in full?
No, I still owe it. And I'll get it. I'm good for it. I know I'm good for it, and he knows I'm good for it. He doesn't have to send you guys to, come threaten me. I gave the last guy $100. I know, I still owe a couple hundred, but, there's no reason for all this.
The total amount. I think he would accept another 100, but that's paying off the interest, I think. There is an interest labeled here.
Like, you're just negotiating it out.
Do you have cash in the register, or no?
Well, I don't think that's any of your business, sir. Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. I always forget this one. Charisma and persuasion. Yeah.
Intimidation.
Could I ask for at least manipulation and intimidation?
My
poor soul.
I don't know if there's anything intimidating here yet. You know what I mean? Are you
I'm big and bulky and
okay.
And
if you try to throw a little flair at it, yeah, I'll give you that.
Or also the 4 or 3 other gents at my back are at least
Did you guys
There's
come in
like
with
one
them?
and a half intimidating people behind. So like,
Maybe I misunderstood. I remembered you saying that you needed them to have your back in case. I didn't know if they came in
Yeah.
with you.
oh, okay, yeah. Maybe they're waiting like just at the front door,
That's up to
still
you guys.
semi-imposingly. Yeah, up to you. How do you want to stylistically do this? Be up to me.
I came in
I'd
with
say
him.
it's up to Bart if I came in with if you would have wanted us to actually come in.
Okay.
Maybe Newmar actually looks like he's just a customer looking
Yeah,
possibly to like.
I was about to say, but by that standard, I'll give you +2 for Clark, and then I'll take away 2 for Numar. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, but
I'll be
I will,
outside. I'll just be outside of the
Okay.
laundromat.
Gotcha.
Just
I
waiting for
will
somebody
definitely
to come
allow
out.
intimidation if you brought the posse in with you. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It was funny because you were just like, well, like you could just pay the interest, sir. Like you sound more like a bill collector. You know what I mean?
This
That's
is
the
what the
funny
job
part.
is bill
I
collecting.
know.
I'm not like doing full-on extortion here, I think. Hopefully, probably mostly, but like
That
we aren't getting
is
there fully right now. So he said
one.
no to me checking out the register myself at least, but
Yeah, that's
we're still in the midst of negotiation.
with one success. He'd be like, look, man, you can't keep coming in here. I'm a respectable businessman. I could call the police, you know.
Over your gambling debt?
Does
Well,
he
I
know
mean-
that we're vampires?
He does not seem to react any way differently. He essentially just, he called you thugs. You know what I mean? Or, coming in to threaten him.
Yeah, I'm gonna poke my head in at this point in laundromat. It's like, hey, how's the negotiations going?
Eh.
I just look at the guy and I use the compel and say, open the register.
Nice. Okay. He is an unsuspecting mortal. So compel just immediately works. He's right in the middle of his sentence where he's like, look, I don't have to keep taking. Yeah. Give me a sec. Hold on. And you see him press a couple of buttons and he pulls open the register. He's like, but that's still not the point, you know?
Bart's gonna at least like do a quick lift and check of like, is there any big bills in here? Like,
Okay, you're
I
not
don't feel like
tipping. Just take the money.
okay. He'll go into actual then robbery mode, I guess.
He's like, well, wait, I need some of that.
Haven't done this for
That's
a
for
few
the
years.
store.
You'll have change? I don't know.
He's like, wait a second. And you see
You
like
can
the
give him
fog
something
starting
back
to
if you want
clear. You know what I mean? Like
I'm taking exact amount. I don't feel like, well, is Bart the type to actually take more? I think. One sec. Where's my dice? One check.
I think at this point the command was open the register, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So at this point, like he's opened the register and the fog's starting to clear a little bit. He's like, wait a minute, get it. You can't just take that. I'm calling the cops. You know, and he starts to get a little bit agitated at this
Are
point.
we gonna get
see
this
him actually
voluntarily
grab
or
for a
not?
phone.
Yeah.
I'm walking away if you haven't figured it out yet.
Okay, I'm gonna try getting the money out.
Yeah. Can I walk in and try to do my like compel roll now? If
I mean,
you
you're more
give
than
me
welcome
permission?
to, man.
I should have done this more subtly. Shit.
I love that it's just going to shit. He's just like, no, I
Yeah.
got this. I got this. Okay, I got
Yeah.
this. And then he
All right,
goes in,
people,
he's
it's
like, no, I
time.
don't have
Let's
this.
go. Let's go. We're done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll walk up the bar and be like, hey, what's going on here? What's going on
Can
here?
you
Let's
calm them down,
go.
please?
You're
And
Yeah,
fucking
so
trying to rob
Let's go.
me.
I'm still actively trying to get the money out. Am I succeeding?
all
Yeah,
I had to do was grab
you've
it.
got the money.
Yeah, I'm
no
trying to
question
grab it.
there. Yeah, you've
You
got
already
the
have
money.
I
Yeah,
did?
yeah, he opened the
Great.
register.
You
$300,
said you
yeah.
took the money, and then all of a sudden you were like, I think I want to put some back.
There's
I kind of
probably
was,
like,
but I was debating it. It's even
there's
like
like
cash in
five-
hand. How much money cash in hand do I have right now?
there was $600 in the register. And he
Oh my
opened the
God.
register.
400?
But
400,
then it started
200
to kick
back.
in. Okay.
Here, give me him change.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
of
giving him
course.
change.
I'm.
All right, are we
Why would I-
outside yet?
Yeah, dude, definitely. But yeah, you throw it back here. He's like, I'm still calling the cops. You can't just take things like, you know.
No one cares what you're saying.
What Snowcone? What was your compel?
I'm going to say, gentlemen, calm down. This is all perfectly understandable. And sir, and then this is when I use my compel roll. I say to him, you should take the night off.
Take the night
It only
off.
lasts one turn.
Yeah, let's say compel's pretty quick, right?
The command has to be achieved in one turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is compel something you used to like drop it, stop,
Simple
Could it
things
work
like
for
that.
calm down?
But
Like, would it just de-escalate the situation possibly?
Yeah, I think that to make it even more simpler, like instead of like take the night off, I could just say you should go home.
I was about to
Is
say
that
now
simpler?
Same thing.
you do have cloud memory, which
Mm.
is essentially another option that is at your disposal. You know what I mean? So like that's an option, but yeah, if you just tell him like calm down, he will calm down.
For a
But you
couple
know, like
seconds.
for like a couple of seconds, and he's gonna be like, shit, what happened again? You know, it keeps re-triggering. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh no, I meant to say what I meant to say was like take the night off as like that was my compel. My bad.
Right. Well,
That will
that's
work.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Compel is a little bit more short form than that. Compel
Ah, okay.
the level
Simple
one
command that can be
compel.
achieved within one turn.
Yeah, the level one
Okay.
compel is like drop that, stop, you know, things like that. Lay
Open the
down.
register.
Yeah, open the register, etc. You
Give
know,
us your money. Just
but you
That
also
may
do
work
have
too, but
I can't remember who all has what. I believe Numerous has the second level option, right?
So
I
Uh,
do.
And
that will
then
make it a little
you
more
also
complicated.
have cloud memory, which is an option, you know, but that's a different type of, you know, resolution. But at this point, he has got the phone picked up. He's dialing some numbers, man.
Why
You
is
know,
anyone in the store?
huh?
Why is anyone in the store? We should have already left. We should be
yeah,
at home
we
by now.
are walking out.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I'll
think
say
though
these two
Snowcone is
are making their
tailing
way
behind.
out.
Snowcone, you're there by yourself now for some reason.
Snowcone,
We're like in the car.
do you make any last adjustments before you guys just turn and walk away?
No, I mean,
No?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
I hand
Alright.
off $50 to Snowcone and Jamal
What?
What?
for the money that I took from there. It's
When you
y'all
said
are
you
the
were a
ones to
cleaner,
get
did
the
you mean
benefit
like
here.
when you said you were a cleaner, did you mean housekeeping? Did you like just fudge on your resume and this is where you are now?
I think quite seriously, he probably had like at least a week-long stint of like trying that job at some point, like at early 16s. But
Yeah.
nah.
But yeah,
So
as you were making your way out the door, you heard him cussing you. As you climb back into the van and make your way out of the parking lot, you can only assume that he's still inside, having called the cops.
Yeah.
You know.
On to next one that's somewhat close is the hotel.
Okay. Yeah. Next stop would be the hotel. It's
Okay.
it's about
This
a
one
mile
we can do
away.
cleaner.
Are
Yeah.
you ready for this?
It's
Are
a
you
mile
Totally.
ready?
away.
for this
Yeah.
same thing.
$300. We need it now.
Yeah. This one
So
also is another $300. You know what I mean?
if you count the money again, I will break your legs and leave you here.
You don't need all the money. The dude had kids.
He had kids.
And
And
you
a
know what we
gambling
say?
problem.
Fuck them
Yeah.
kids.
I just love the
Well, what if
options
the
are
next one
there,
doesn't?
and just nobody's like, nah, that's
Lead
okay.
the way.
Yeah, okay, I go in through. Is this
All
one
right.
still also for the owner?
So this says Clyde is the name that is written on it, and that's
Right.
all it says. Just Clyde
Uh-huh.
and the name of the hotel. It doesn't actually say who it is.
I can
The
find a
last guy
Clyde.
was pretty easily identifiable because he was wearing
Yeah.
a name tag. But yeah, you're not sure as to whether this is the owner or, you know, a pool boy. It could be any of the above.
Go in. If no one's at the front desk, ring the bell.
There is a
Possibly
young
even
girl
obnoxious.
at the front desk. She
cool.
seems to be reading a People's Magazine, you know, kind of chewing on some gum and watching some sort of, ridiculousness or something on the television while she's sitting there reading through her magazine. Welcome to the
Like,
Clarion. Can I help you?
Hey, I'm here to see Clyde.
Clyde. Yeah, give me a second. Shit. And you see her just grab the phone. She presses a single button. Clyde, there's somebody here at the front desk. They said they want to see you. Yeah, I don't know. What's your name?
I'm associate of
Nope.
Ruku.
He-
I'm an
he's-
associate of his.
He's something about Roku TV. Yeah. I don't know. Just get it. It's not my problem. And she hangs up. At that point.
Okay. Worst comes to worst, I'm down to go look for him.
He's here.
Yeah, of course. So therefore, I can go like do a walkabout if need be. If anything, I wouldn't mind taking this to a break room or something. Do y'all have a break room?
Well, I mean, break rooms for employees only. There's
Okay.
the lobby, and we have a snack machine there if that's what you're looking for. You can sit
What's
on the
name of this hotel
couches.
again?
Huh?
Just take the money and leave
What's the
a
name of this
message.
hotel again?
Clarion.
I'm half
Oh.
assuming it's not through the business that this dude is having his business.
I need everybody
Hopefully,
to make
maybe.
me a wits and awareness check.
Yeah. Which
What are we doing?
Wits and awareness.
Is it everyone or?
Yeah, everybody that wants to. Unless you
Difficulty?
feel like you're just not paying attention at all. Unless you're watching
Oh.
ridiculousness with the with the teenage, front desk clerk. Let's
Both
see.
I think we
3.
both got 3.
3.
Yeah, I'll roll.
Okay, 3, 3, 4.
feel so aware.
Yeah, we saw everything.
Saw it all.
We make eye contact. We know that he's running.
That's good stuff. Snowcone, was you wanting to jump in on that too? I heard you say something about it,
I made
but
a roll.
it just hasn't popped up on my end yet. gotta love roll twice sometimes too. Okay, yeah, definitely. All of you realize at this point as you're standing there talking amongst yourselves, like, well, what do we do now? Whoever rolled the 4, who was it? Numar, you're definitely the one that sees a guy running through the parking lot outside, just hoofing it to a car. He's dressed like a maintenance man. He's got on like some overalls and some grease stains on him. And you see that he is just running to a Chevy S10 in the parking lot and looking back at the main door the whole time.
You guys see
Maybe
that?
pass on this
Someone
one.
want to
I'm not
run
kissing.
after him?
I start walking back towards the van.
Yeah, I kind of wish that I brought my motorcycle. I wouldn't mind chasing this dude down, but
I walk back to the
Why
van.
do they
he
have to
said.
run?
I'll go do this like tomorrow or some shit.
Yeah, I'm not.
Do we at least have like an ID on him roughly? Like, what does he look like?
He's the maintenance man. Here.
He is a 30-some-year-old Hispanic male. You know what I mean? That seems to be working, maintenance. He's got on like the maintenance, like just basic overalls. It's probably a uniform, for either cleaning and repairs. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. He jumps in the S10 and tears ass out of the parking lot fast as he fucking can. He just quit that job. He's like, fuck the Clarion. I quit. I'm out.
This is $300. Like,
Oh, did we hear him? Did he actually say that?
You hear the truck peeling out heavily as it hits the asphalt.
yeah, but he wasn't saying he quit though, right? So.
Oh no, you just assume You actually hear the girl inside like, what the fuck is Clap doing?
Maybe
What
he's
the
going
hell?
on lunch break.
Just I don't care.
Okay,
And she
so
goes back to flipping her magazine.
all right,
Not
yeah,
my
if we got
problem.
that information, then I'll go back inside and just try and get her attention again.
The girl inside?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll catch your attention. You just saw him
Yeah,
leave.
hey, remember, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it. She's just like, what? You just saw him leave. What do you want?
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. Does he have a personnel file or something? It was really important that we spoke to him.
I mean, dude, I have never seen a cable company get so serious about some sort of like, what's he owe you? Like money or something? Like we can't give you that. I
No,
wouldn't
we're
even
not
have
looking.
that. I work here. Like that would be in like his like records. I don't. The
So there's nothing in
Clarion
any
would
of the,
have that.
like I pull out the money that what's it that Bart gave us, and I give her $20. I'm like, remember, fuck Clive. I'm just asking you to pull out whatever you might have in the desk for him.
Shit. She puts the money in her bra and she writes down something. And she tears out a piece of the People's Magazine and she writes down a something on the corner of the paper and she hands it to you, and it just says Clive and like a general idea or the street name. And she's like, I can't remember what house it's the brown house on the corner. We went there for like an after party one night. Like we went over for drinks, but like I know that's his house. So she gives
Clive have a
you
last
an
name.
address. She gives you a street name and says it's the house on the corner. So
Does Clive have a last name? The note I was given is pretty illegible.
Oh, uh, Hispanic last name.
Right.
Hernandez.
Got it. All right. Remember, fuck Clive. Then we just leave.
You just fucked me. I'm gonna have to do it. God damn it. I swear to God, if I have to plunge another fucking toilet, you just hear her walking back. I don't get paid enough for this shit. As she goes back to her chair.
All right. I give the piece of paper to Bart, and I'm like, just be better.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna find him at his house.
Maybe. I mean, like,
Maybe.
yeah, we can try. If not, we can also take something from his fucking house. I'm down to break in.
I mean,
The
does
house
he have
will
an
fight
office
back.
here? Let's just take something here.
All right.
'Cause-
Yeah, let's not go after him tonight. Do you want to do number 3 or you want to call it
Yeah.
a night?
I'm down to at least check out number 3. Like, that's one that it'll get a little bit fucky, I'm
Okay.
guessing. So it's if y'all are down, but also, well, not in-game night.
Yeah,
Wait,
I got you.
or-
I got you covered.
Uh-huh. But yeah, let's hit up number 3 tonight. Then I'll follow up with 2 the following one. Maybe if we don't approach as a big group, then it will help. I don't fucking know. Thank you guys so much for helping me at least with these 2 so far. It's
Oh God, you've made my night if nothing else.
I feel like I've done very little here.
Fuck. That's
hey, you
that's
spotted them
great.
running, like, woo.
Yeah. You
Wait, did
definitely-
Numar
you
get the
definitely-
license plates? That's actually what I would want that perception check to pay us off for. Like, also getting that. Maybe we could like search up information through license plates.
We have his home address.
We have his home general area, not his address.
Street
Yeah,
description
I mean,
in the corner. It's
Yeah,
on.
you
You know exactly where it
you
is.
got a
Apartment,
street.
like that could be 20 people's houses.
Look,
Right?
all we gotta do
Okay.
is just find the car that's parked near one of the
Uh-huh.
houses on that street. That's not that hard.
And it's a
We'll see.
specific
So-
color and on the corner. That narrows it down to 4.
Yeah.
Max.
Is the woman still there?
Yeah, she went back to her desk and went back to her People's Magazine after putting the $20 in her pocket. Yeah.
Can I mesmerize her?
Yeah. If
Wait,
you walk
why-
back in, she's like, "What do you want? I told you where he
Oh,
lives. What do you
I gotta
want?"
use the
We're already out. No, I'll
Why you
leave
being
it.
creepy, bro?
I gotta use the
What do you-
bathroom. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Yeah,
man.
I'm not going back in.
I'm like, what do you want? I told you where he lives. I don't have his number.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you mesmerizing? I'm curious now.
while Snowcone's away, I just love the idea that he could have just been like, forget, and left. Dude would have totally been like, wait, what are you guys doing here? You know what I mean? Either way, you guys make your way to the third location, which is my favorite. Let's see. So yeah, it takes you a little while. You guys have plenty enough time to argue amongst yourselves in the van as you make your trip across town. And you do eventually get to a garage on the outskirts of town. And as you arrive, it is, like I said, it's hardly, it's a lot kind of like what you have going on. It's less garage and more like just a small, single stall setup to work on one bike or a couple of bikes or one big car maybe. But behind it is a rather large junkyard, yard filled with junk and things where he is, of course, runs a junkyard, and the front of it literally actually just says Gears on the sign. You know what I mean? So as you approach, you presume it to be the right place for sure. But as you're going up to pulling into the parking lot, you recognize several things. There is, the chop shop, or not chop shop, but the shit, what am I just said it. The fucking body shop, whatever. Junkyard, thank you. The junkyard that you've heard of before, the sign that says Gears, which is a name that is familiar to you, but you see 3 bikes in the parking lot that are absolutely familiar to you. And you would know this as several people that you have met, a group of Nosferatu bikers that are local to the area. They go by, like I said, the Marauders. And if I have their name right here, yeah, the Midnight Marauders. So that the 3 bikes that you recognize are that of Ratbag, Stitches, and Toothpick. Ratbag, of course, being the leader of the Marauders. He's kind of a grizzled Nosferatu who has seen it all. Also, a mechanic, and that's how you ended up meeting this guy, is through both Nos and, bikers. It worked out. There is Stitches, who is the group's scout, more or less. She is known for being her uncanny ability to blend into the shadows and disappear when need to be. And Toothpick, known for his sharp wit and dark sense of humor. But essentially he is, their face man. He does a lot of their shit talking for them. But yeah, you would know these guys, and as you pull in, you would see all 3 of their bikes are sitting out front of the garage. The garage door is open, and like halfway open, and there is the sound of a welder going off inside.
So, no offense, but I kind of want to wait on the outside for this one.
Yeah, welder seems scary. That's one of those things that, like, it wasn't a fear in my mind until it was mentioned, and then it's like, shit.
You can't weld flesh. It's okay. I mean, you can melt flesh, but you can't weld it.
Well, it's just a fire being around kindred to the extent of a welder being in extreme fire. Not sure how that would work with fire frenzy.
The most extreme of fire, yeah, that would burn like hell.
If the other ones are managing it, I can too. Therefore, I will be going headfirst into this garage.
All right. Do you dip down under the door? That's, like I said, it's like halfway pulled open. You kind of duck under, and as you make your way in, you see that there is kind of a jovial crowd in here. 3 people that recognize you right off the bat. Immediately take a look up, and you see Ratbag kind of double take, and he's like, "Hey, fucking Bart, right?
What's up, dudes? Yeah.
Hey, man, what's going on, my guy?" And he walks through and says, "Well, what brings you around?" And he puts out a hand to shake your hand.
Hey. Well, mostly formal business, but funny seeing y'all here. I'm here to speak to, I forgot his name.
Gears?
Well, is Gears titled his place just also as Gears?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. I'm here to see Gears.
The name on the sign said Gears, and Gears was the name that was written down on the paper. This one says 1,000. Or
Ah.
no, it said negotiable is what it said.
Sure.
But yeah, that's what it was, negotiable.
Uh-huh.
But as you make your way, or stand there talking, it's like, oh yeah, gears, man. I think Bart's here to buy some parts, brother. And turns around and you do see that there is a man currently bent down over welding on a bike. And you see the flash. Frenzy rolls. That's not a frenzy roll. What is that? It's a fear test, essentially, right?
Okay.
How
Yeah.
do those
Oh,
work?
Lord.
Just so I know how they work, I believe it
I
is
see a resist
your
frenzy,
willpower, correct? Yeah,
okay.
resist frenzy. There's a button for it. If I'm not mistaken, it's your unspent willpower, and you got to get at least one success. It shouldn't be too hard. Frenzy resisted. Yeah. So you spent your. Is that right? Was that unspent willpower?
Or I think it might be humanity.
Ah, that might be it too. Yeah, humanity. I knew it was one of
Or-
those.
Well, no, I have sick. How do I get sick?
6 would be no clue, man. I'll look it up after the game. But yeah, you see the flash, and immediately, like your heart doesn't beat, but it does for a second, as you hear you see that bright flash of sparking hot, white fire, and it kind of almost sends you into a, panic for a second. The others seem to be okay with it, as if they've gotten used to it at some point. But you do see the man take a look, and he sits down the welder. You see him reach over, click a switch on it, and pulls back his mask to reveal yet another Nosferatu gentleman, with a kind of a bit of a half tattoo on his face, coming down one side, and it's just a wrench. It's literally just a wrench on the side of his face. And he begins pulling off his gloves and making his way over to you. What can I do for you, buddy?
Hey, I am here.
Parts?
Yeah, we can start with that. I'm going to list off just like a couple odds and ends that I need bought.
Gotcha.
Yeah, let's.
Specific? Yeah. You got a. Oh, nice. That's a nice bike.
Like I just bring out a small
actually
list
had
on my
one of
phone.
those. Yeah. I think we got most of that around here. Whatever I don't got, me and the boys can figure out. You know what I mean? Sure we can find it. You would then hear rat bag at that point and be like, "Hey, man, if anyone in the city can find it, it's Gears. There's a reason he's our mechanic. This guy was the one that started our group.
Oh wow. Speaking of finding, great transition here. So I'm here as a representative of Ruku. Dude who's kind of a neighbor to here. Apparently, you Gears, you owe him some, and he wants a bit of collection. Think that's doable? Especially with me handing you now $200.
There is there was this wave of positive, happy smiles and friendly faces, and at the very mention of the word Roku, you see those smiles just wash into a blank expression, and from behind, where you had watched Stitches sitting there tossing a wrench and catching it, tossing it, catching it, clink, clank, click, clink, clank, as it hits the floor and bounces across the floor. What the fuck did he just say? And that's where we'll end tonight's episode. As she turns around to look at you.
Yeah.
But
Is the rest of the coterie just pleasantly just right outside their fucking door or some shit, please?
I think they were in the van.
Shit.
I don't know, but yeah, they didn't seem to be real thrilled, and these are 4 kindred, not the 2 average Joes that you were dealing with before. But yeah, the last thing that you would hear is Stitches, the scout female, say, "What the fuck did he just say?" And that's where we'll end. You may or may not have your hands full with that one. But yeah, that was I'm so glad that we did this. I needed that. You know what I mean? I haven't laughed that hard in a bit. That's fucking great. But yeah, that's where we'll finish tonight's episode, man. Good run. And
Gee, y'all.
exactly at 3 hours, 59 minutes, 21 seconds. I am getting good at this. Damn, I'm good. But yeah, I think that'll be a good place to pick up next week as we contend with whatever you want to deal with this situation. But the immediate sense is that the room has just turned quite hostile, or at least unfriendly. Maybe not hostile yet. You might have a second to talk your way out of this one, but we'll have to find out next week.
Man, I'm so good at talking my way out of situations.
You are absolutely not the face of this group. There's a reason you wear the helmet. You know what I mean? There's a reason you wear the helmet. I love.
I can at least yell for help or something. Oh, or well, notably, are there places that I can dive for cover?
Yes, there is
Okay.
definitely big objects that you can hide behind,
Yeah.
as wrenches are about to be hurled in your direction.
Because like I'm sure they'll know the trick I'm doing, but they can't hopefully do shit about it. So
right.
yeah,
Well,
we'll be fine.
Either way, this friendly group of Nosferatu local bikers, you know, that you may or may not have had, you know, some even admiration for.
Yeah.
You just managed to piss them off pretty good, so
I'll win them over eventually. They'll become my friends.
that'll be how we figure out next week.
Yeah.
But I think that's a good place to end it, man. That was a good game. I'm into that. Like, it was a little slower because we had to do like some of the individual stuff, but I think that we got a lot covered this week actually. It doesn't seem like much, but we have unlocked Terra as a new NPC. You know what I mean? We've unlocked the new what do you call those, like, companion. We've added at least 3 new locations to the map. Snowcone proved his absolute skills by missing out on a perfect opportunity to dominate. I couldn't believe you passed it up, man.
Yeah,
Well-
I was just like,
I don't blame you. It's funny. It's funny you didn't
Currently-
leave that problem, but
Has Snowcone not used the cloud memory on non-consensual deals ever, or does
Oh,
he
yeah.
not go with that either?
that might be a thing for Snowcone too. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think they've used cloud memory yet.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
you can hopefully explore that later.
Yeah, you told him to take the night off. You could have essentially just been like, hey, we were never here, and just walked out the door, and he would have had no idea any of that transpired. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's kind of what I was waiting for. Fucking numerousness has fucking mesmerized, so he could have just literally been like, this isn't even a problem anymore, or whatever. You know what I mean? Nobody used it. They're just like, nope, you're on your own on this one, Bart. I loved it.
I'll be fine.
He put 200 back in the register. It's like, no, I'm just gonna put this back here. Oh man, that's
don't-
funny.
I'm having trouble playing a completely evil character. Like,
Yeah,
my dude can still do dickbaggish stuff, but it's where it's just, you said I have kids and shit.
right. You're
Like,
a 2-month-old Kindred. You still have
Yeah.
your full humanity. It makes sense, but like
That too.
that's why it fit. It was really good.
huh?
And just amusing because now you guys may or may not have, you know, cops looking for you. You may or may not have you know, alerted this other guy. He's gonna be in fucking hiding. I love the visual that I had in my head, and this dude like, fuck, you know what I mean? Hits his truck and just out of the parking lot, gone. Like, nope. You ever seen somebody try and dodge a process server? That's exactly what just happened. You know what I mean? He's like, nope, tip. That's good stuff. But yeah, we'll pick it up here next week. But I'll go ahead and let you guys close out unless anybody has any final thoughts on it or whatever. I guess we should go around, do the round the table thing one more time, just in case anybody does have any final statements. Anybody got anything they want to do? Clark, you got anything to add to this one? You do we all just blame Bart? I think you're muted, man. Maybe it's on my end.
Oh, I can hear.
it's on mine,
Oh,
too.
there it is. Okay.
No, I was muted. No, that was a good round. I enjoyed the end of that.
Yeah. Yeah, we started off a little bit slow, but I think the the finish was worth it. Gotta love a good fail in a game. That's always my favorite. You know what? We'll go ahead and actually do this a little bit weirder. I'm gonna go to Paul directly after. Do you got any final thoughts there?
Nothing much. Stay hydrated, folks.
Are you proud of what you've done?
I think it's a good story.
I think as a role player, it was the best move that you could have made. I am actually really happy to see it. Most people that I have played with in the past are those type of players that never want to fail, never want to make a mistake. You are not afraid to take one for the sake of character continuity, and that I can appreciate. That's a good role play right there. And the reason I
Try.
did you two first is so I could switch over to Jive and Numerous, because I know you guys actually may or may not have something that you want to plug. So, Jive, if you want to start off with yours, you want to say your final thoughts, and if you got to plug your thing, plug your thing.
Yeah. This was a really fun session. I apologize if that scene with Tara went on for a little bit too long because I was
Well,
not expecting. Like, I love like listening to people talk about their passion, but like when it comes to like role play, it's like I feel like this is like taking up too much of the time for like everybody else to get a turn.
But it was also world building. It was establishing just facets within the supernatural of our world,
yeah,
somewhat. So
I
had purpose.
love it because it actually did kind of explain who she was. So, like, yes, she has mystical knowledge. Yes, she has the capability of potentially unlocking power at some point. But she is, much like yourselves, brand spanking new to it all. You know what I mean? So, I think that part was, we were able to get out there kind of an idea of what her level is, what she can be useful for, and if she comes back with anything, we'll be able to see how capable she is on her own. But yeah, I thought it was a good scene, man. I'm fine with it. Sorry, go ahead and continue your thing.
Yeah. Yeah, just as a last thing, if anybody needs any graphic design work, I am open for commissions. I am open on Fiverr and Upwork now. So if you need anything done, whether it's a logo, UI design, or even just a edit on your own design, just hit me up and we'll work something out.
How would they find you on Fiverr? What would you look up under Fiverr? Is it under Jive Man?
It would be indeed.
Let's see. I was trying to pull up a link for you real quick, but I couldn't find it. That's the reason I asked. But I'm not signed in either, so that might be part of my problem. But yeah, Jive Man on Fiverr. Check that out. And
And
Numerous.
upward.
And Upward, yeah. I will say, if you want to, like I said, send me the links at some point, and I'll keep them on hand so I can post them in the chat whenever we go through that. And I'll make sure they get into the Discord as well. But yeah, Numerous, what are you up to nowadays, man? You been doing anything good?
I am doing most of the same stuff. I still got my stream going Thursdays and Saturdays, so I'm playing games. Currently in the middle of a werewolf game.
Ooh.
Like an older werewolf themed game. That's fun and free, so
Oh
you can
yeah.
follow see me do that tomorrow. Probably around similar time as this. I usually just do it when I get done with work. But
Right.
other than that, like I'm here 3 days a week too. So
Yeah, I will
just as easy to follow me here.
Yeah, when you're not here, also make sure to check out that channel as well. And let me go ahead and give a shout out. If you guys can, go over and give him a shout out. That really makes me feel better. Knowing that we can help support our fellow our players, you know what I mean? All that good stuff. He's got some good content too. I bet checking it out. You're actually got some cool games that you've been playing. I like that you're playing some of the, like, classic stuff that, like, specific to you. You know what I mean? And it's pretty cool stuff, man. So yeah, go give Numerous a follow. He's awesome. When he's not here, he's doing his own thing over on his own channel. Let's help plug this guy and get his channel up there too. But yeah, man, thank all you guys for showing up. I appreciate you guys all for playing and stuff like that. Like I said, I knew this was a little bit of a slower week. I just knew that I spent the last 3 sessions running you into the ground. I just wanted to give one week where it's like, you do what you want, I'll improv around it. But yeah, next week I can assure you there will be some drama that falls out. as Bart is making his introductions to a couple of Nosferatu bikers that he had known in the area, maybe, you know.
Wanted
So
to get to know.
wanted to get to know them. Yeah, I was gonna say that would be the cool kids club to join, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
We'll see how that pans out now. Hopefully you can smooth this over and see how to make an arrangement there. But we will have to pick that up next week. Again, guys, real quick, just before we leave, you guys can send in your rumors and evidence at any time. It doesn't have to just be during the game. If you want to check out our link, let me get it in the chat here for you. Anytime that you need it, exclamation code -buy in the chat. We'll bring up a link to our Ko-Fi page. You can head there and check it out. That is for our D&D games, our vampire games. All the content that, or all the things that you can do to affect our games is on that one location. It is literally as easy as clicking a button and then typing out the name of the rumor. It's as simple as I could have made it, but you can also check out all the current rumors that are in the world there, any evidence that's been added to them, so you guys know what you're adding to. I've tried to make it as simple as possible how to add these guys +1s to their dice rolls. And again, just keep in mind that you're not just affecting the game, but also you're giving us all the ability to keep doing this. If you enjoy this stream at all and want to see it continue, you know what I mean, got to keep the lights on. So that helps us keep the lights going. That helps us keep the stream running. It makes it to where we can start doing more stuff. The hope is to be able to add better equipment and better, you know, like VTTs and all of that stuff. So all those donations don't just, you know, it's not just to play with the game, which is awesome in itself, but also you're really giving us the ability to be able to play these games a couple days a week. Otherwise, you know, I wouldn't have the time and ability to be able to sit here and do this for you guys. So I'm glad that everybody supports and helps us keep everything going. But I'm going to go ahead and leave it there. Tomorrow night, I might be doing a little bit of a GM player workshop thing for a minute or two. I didn't want to do anything too crazy or over the top, but I'll leave it TBD until tomorrow. But you guys can find me tomorrow around, you know, somewhere around the 8 p.m.-ish time, something to that effect. And then you will also catch us Friday, 8 p.m. till midnight Eastern Standard for Dungeons and Dragons, Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. And much, you know, in the same way, it's an interactive stream that you guys can participate with. There's a lot of different options for ways that you can affect the characters in that game as well. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the stream. I appreciate you guys. Flurry of that. Thank you for the gifted sub. There was a follower that came in. I forget who it was. I think it was Apocalypso. That was the one. Oh no, sorry. Ben Morris, thank you. So yeah, thank you guys so much for everything. I appreciate all that you guys do, and I can't wait to see you on the next one. I will probably be back in, you know, half hour to an hour. I'll play some Blood Hunt like I usually do after this. I'll talk a little bit about the game if you guys want to hang out then. But until next week, guys, thank you. We love you. We appreciate you guys for making it possible to where we can play these games, and we will see you guys on the next one. Until then, you know, have a good night. Peace.